everybody, back again today. Today is, what day is it today? Wednesday the 12th. On the panel so far, we have Master Wrenchman D. He's not there now.
Hello.
D.
Sorry, no, I didn't. I thought you were going to introduce everyone first. Hello.
Introduce you first, because I know you get busy in the chat room, don't you?
Yeah, I'll be there in just a sec.
Cool. We have D from the UK. We have Ceres from Holland, and people will know now that he's my group partner. We have Patricia from the UK, and we have Daniel from Chile.
Hello.
Me from the UK. And just before we came on air, Daniel and Ceres were talking, so I think they're just going to carry on talking a bit. So Daniel reckoned that you need, what was it you needed to get Ceres a big computer?
Yeah, we were playing with our intentions to reach to a next level of materialization, you know, and manifest a supercomputer for Siri. So yeah, so everybody enjoy it. Everyone, yeah. Here's Chris.
Yeah.
Hi, Chris.
Hey, there's Chris.
Oh, Chris, yeah. Yeah, give me the tools and I can actually do things with it.
Yeah.
Chris would probably like one of those computers as well, by the way. And then he could link it up with Ceres.
It's for me. It's kind of always been doing the most with the lack of what you have, and out of that I can create already a lot. So yeah, imagine what I can do with actual tools.
Just to tell everybody that Chris is in the Hangout. He's muted at the moment, but Chris is from Canada. Quite a spectrum of people there. Ceres would like a new computer, wouldn't you?
Yeah, large data server.
I think Judith's here now. Hello, Judith.
Hi, Judith.
Judith's from Israel, and can you guys just talk for a minute? Because somebody sent me a message, which I need to.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Judith.
Good, because I buy this today. So I hope you can hear me good. Hi, Daniel.
Hi, Judith.
Hi, Ceres, Patricia, Karen, B.
Sounds good.
Hey, you okay?
Great.
Hi, Judith.
Hi, Patricia.
We have with us, we have Christian with us now. Christian is a new member, and he's come on the Hangouts.
Yeah, hi everyone.
Hi.
Hi, Chris.
Yeah.
Christian's from the UK. How are you, Christian? Don't be nervous. We won't eat you.
No, I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right, thank you. How are you?
Yeah.
Fine, thank you.
Yes.
Good, good.
Well, I suppose as you've joined the Hangout now, we'd probably like to hear some of the stuff from you, because you're new and you said you've got some stuff to say. So, about something?
Well, to be honest, I'm not even like too familiar with your group, and I tuned into the live call last night because Dave Moore told me that he was going on. That's kind of how I found my way to you guys, and yeah, I sat and watched for a couple of hours last night, but that's my sort of introduction to what you're doing. I'm a little.
So everybody, he's a new member, and obviously a new member on our Hangouts.
Indeed.
So you obviously saw something, because obviously we were talking about, obviously we're not a circle map group. So did you see any of that?
Yeah, I was getting a little bit confused with some of the stuff that Ceres was showing, the geometries, some of the images that he was putting up, but. Yeah, I was taking it in, but I'm not gonna lie, some of it was going over my head.
Yeah, to give you a bit of road, go to the book club video of last week,
Okay.
and there I'm actually explaining about more about the video I made of my presentation of how I actually came to this.
Okay.
And that part you actually need to understand why we are into the square to begin with.
Square looping.
The square loop, yeah.
Okay. Get out.
But you must have been talking about something because Siri said he'd added you because you were talking about things.
Again, because you break.
Right, can you hear me now?
You yourself as well a bit.
Sorry, I'm actually trying to add Billy, so I'm just adding Billy as well. So I was doing something in the background. Right, I finished now. Yeah. So, what's your take on it then, Christian? No, he's got stuck.
His signal is not really.
Oh, he's back.
Weak.
Yeah, Christian, what's your take on things then?
I could talk for a while. To be honest, I'm aware of the flat Earth. I found it through YouTube videos, but I've not delved into it very deeply myself.
How long? How long is she?
I'm a newbie. How long?
Sorry?
He's a newbie. He hasn't been doing it very long.
What is it? Month? 2 months? A year? Some are already 3-4 years in it in this.
No, not at all.
Not at all. Really?
The signals. I can't hear what you're saying.
You could move around a little bit and find a better signal, Christian.
Yeah.
Billy's joined us. Well, say hello to Billy.
Sure. Let me.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? I had to unmute myself.
That's all right. Forget to do that. Hello, Billy. Billy, we've got a new person, Christian, but he's having a bit of internet issue here.
Oh, how you doing, Christian?
Cool. What's going on? Are you back with us, Christian? Is that better? Maybe
No,
take your
signal's
camera
bad.
off.
Yeah, it saves also bandwidth.
He's coming in pretty good right now. So
I'm not sure. Can you hear us, Christian?
The signal. Sorry, but I'm not sure if it's the internet or the place where I'm at.
Yeah, you're there, but take the camera off. You might be better then on the bandwidth. Take your camera off. Just have a picture up. It will help with your bandwidth.
Sorry, what did you say then, Kat? It'll help. What will help with the bandwidth?
You take your camera off so we don't
Okay.
see you, but it'll help with your bandwidth.
You have to click on the camera icon.
Has he done it? I'm not sure if he's there now. Oh dear, we've always got to have a bit of technical problem, guys.
This is new to me. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm struggling to
Yeah,
hear you
that's better.
guys, but I've not used Hangouts before, so I'm
Right.
familiarised
Please
myself.
take your camera off.
You should have 3 buttons: one for the microphone, one for hanging up the Hangout, and one for the video.
On the screen.
You need to disable. And then
Okay, just give me a moment.
we'll
It's
save
on
you
the actual. It's actually on the page you're on. You'll see just above the photographs. There'll be like a microphone, camera, and then a cutoff. Just cut the camera.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
That will help.
That's it. Right, you'll probably find you could talk now. So, Christian, Siri was asking you how long have you been a flat earther?
Well, I can't say that I am one. For sure. So I am quite new to it. I've watched quite a lot of videos on YouTube. Some long. I was watching Mark Knight. I don't know if you know Mark. His channel Wakey Wakey.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right.
I was checking out his stuff probably about 6 months ago. Yeah, I think it was really only Mark's channel that I was tuned into regarding the flat Earth.
So, what's your take on it so far, then?
I don't believe. I just know that we're being lied to.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. That's what I know. Like, I know that NASA is a whole lie. It's a big lie. I know that the establishment are liars, and but with, I know some stuff, but I'm not like too clued up exactly on the flat Earth thing. But the videos that I did watch, they made sense to they made common sense. Talking about curvature and yeah, the flight paths.
The lack of curve.
The lack of curvature, yeah. Makes sense.
It's quite nasty, isn't it, when you realise the lies, though?
Yeah, I mean, it is. For me though, this like finding out about flat Earth or looking into this side of things, I sort of woke up to the fact that we were being lied to when I was 16. I'm 25 now. So and I only found out about flat Earth within the last 6 months. So there was a lot of other things that I kind of woke up to before coming to this.
Yeah. You have eaten a part of the cake. I call flat Earth the cherry on top of it, because some are actually starting with the flat Earth, and those will actually choke on the cherry.
Right.
They really need to know where the cherry lays on, and that is a very big of lies.
Yeah.
And I call the flat Earth one of the whys, because actually it glues everything together in a bigger picture of what they're actually lying about.
Mm.
And on the other hand, why they are lying about us, especially about who we are.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah, see, I've heard and I've read comments from people that that seem totally ignorant to me about, like, you know, why, basically saying that this sort of information is irrelevant. Why do we need to know what shape the Earth is? But to my mind, that's like, of course we need to know where we are, where we're at.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
You know where you want to go in an answer to that. You know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And who can define what is important? You know, the mainstream media, the establishment, they tell us what we should consider as important or not, and that's a key element.
Yeah, the conditioning of society.
There's lots of programming to do.
Oh, I know. I'm all up for it though. That's the thing. Like, for me, this is, well, I say it's unrelated, but it is related. earlier this week. I don't know if any of you guys heard of something called human design?
Not sure, but carry on.
Okay, it's also, I think it's also known as the Jovian Archive, and it's information that came from an American guy who was living in Ibiza for quite a number of years, and it's a fusion of ancient astrological systems. See, I know that this is going to probably raise eyebrows with you guys, considering that you're researching, all the lies that we've been told in terms of astrological concepts and that sort of thing. But
oh yeah, do you know Santos Bonacci?
I know, yeah, watched a lot of Santos's videos.
Yeah, that's completely connecting into this.
Okay.
It has to.
Yeah, Santos is probably one of the favorite sort of. He's up there with some of the best things that I've found on the internet.
Yeah.
For sure.
Well, Santos joins us quite a lot. He was supposed to be on last night, but he had a toothache thing. But he'll be back in a few weeks' time. I'll rearrange that one with allegedly Dave. But we speak to Santos quite a lot. He's a lovely man.
Yeah, I bet he is. He seems it on his on the presentations he's put online. I've got a lot of love for him anyway. I know that. A lot of love for Santos.
That is the actual truth of the truth. What is the why of all the lie? The hiding of us.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's what I actually confirmed through all this construct of where we live. What is actually a realm, a hyperdimensional realm, and where we only a part of a way bigger body in that sense, and also a body on its own.
Yeah.
And we have bodies within there. And yeah, Santos explains it that the human body is the form of the universe, and also that these 7 chakras at least work, and then probably the higher chakras within our constructs as well, through all the planets and the sun and the moon. All these energies, it's one big dance of energies and bodies and toroidal fields, how he explains it with toroids.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really love his work. He has done a lot for us, but it's all kind of next level. Realizing the flat is the first thing that it isn't the ball. The second stage is actually getting out of the circle the same, because that's exactly the opposite same game of the ball. It's even more evil, and it's kind of that they presented us a choice between an evil and a lesser evil, and the lesser evil is what we took in our ignorance, in our childhood, in our inability to even go against it.
Sorry, what are you saying is the lesser evil?
The dialectic.
The ball is the lesser evil. The circle is the more evil, because you actually have to deny the south.
Okay.
That's the whole point here. And in the first place, I came to Flat Earth, and I asked the question of the south. What is it then with the south circle? Why are those trails exactly like in the north?
Yeah.
But then in opposite direction. How does that work on that circle? And if there is this circle in Australia, in South America, and in South Africa, then how do you explain that on a circle? Well, eventually I got banned and kicked out, and well, that was for me Flat Earth for a while.
Interesting.
And then Santos Bonacci brought me back to it, and then I came across Free Energies material about the fourth dimensional looping, the principle of the fourth dimension, that it is completely something else than time would be. Because how would you declare space without time to begin with? You need time to begin with. So in the first line of the Bible, it's God created the heavens in the beginning, time. God created the heavens and the earth. It's first the heavens and then the earth.
Yeah.
And only that tells me already that time can't be in the construct of space. So the next dimension in space, the fourth dimension, has to be a dimensional thing, not a time thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and there we get to the toroidal fields of a single axis, what is actually splitting up into itself as a toroidal field, with itself as a focal point in the middle.
Okay.
You know, that's how I see this fourth dimensional looping in a sense. But you can only see it in a circle in a fourth dimensional sense by closing the circle. And by closing it, this is actually splitting up the whole dimensional line into a circle what closes onto itself. And that's how you form the toroidal field, the same. From within to without. And that's how you connect the circle in all other dimensions of the three dimensions in the up and the down and sideways, in opposite to the one direction. And this you can do also on the fifth dimension, in the sense of the second dimension, where you're actually making a toroidal field. And so you have the sixth as well, and I suspect that we are in the sixth dimensional sense, as having our spine in an up and downwards sense, and within there all the whole chakra system upwards to the heavens, and a kind of focal point between heaven and earth.
Series, a few people are saying you're a bit dark. You look a bit dark.
Oh, man.
Okay, so seeing as there was a nice interruption now, I thought I'd ask the question from the chat as well. Just getting a question, well, to Series and anyone here who uses Skype, if they want to be added to a Skype group that does solar noon tracking, and he started a sun moon I'm not even going to try and say that. Anonymous. No, anonymy. Thank you. Got it. Anonymy group.
Anonymy.
Yeah, and that's
Anomaly.
FPV Angel who's asking that, by the way. So if you want to be added, then yeah, if you can get hold of FPV Angel, that would be great.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, add me.
So, Christian, do you mind in this night, obviously, if you're a newbie, because obviously Series added you and then I saw you there and I thought, oh, just see if you want to come on a hangout, which you're a little bit shy about doing, but we don't eat you. So we're talking about a little bit, but obviously there is a panel of people here. Chris has joined. Is Chris there? He'd just woken up, guys. Chris.
Good morning.
He might be getting a drink. Billy, what would you have to say to Christian then?
Well, you're in a good spot. We're pretty relaxed over here. We're open to all ideas and observations, and we can help you with any questions that you might have regarding Flat Earth. You're definitely on the right track. So stick it out and keep researching. And it's a personal journey that we all must take. Nobody can force you to look into these things. It's pretty much up to you to research it out and to make your own conclusions and weigh out and to think critically. And
yeah,
that's what you need to do.
Okay.
I think Chris is there now. Chris, I can see you fiddling with your computer.
Yeah,
Hello, Chris.
I'm getting going here. I was just listening to Series and his descriptions and loading some pictures from the model and so forth that help describe that.
We have a new member who's sort of just into Flat Earth. So if you've got anything you could add to him, obviously Billy just said do your own research and be critical. What would you say to a new Flat Earther?
Exactly the same. Be take your time. That the Flat Earth is what I would describe as a kind of like Siri says, it's a cherry on the top of the cake, and it's a portal sort of. It opens the door to the bigger picture, and you'll work your way through it, right? Once you start to understand, that the forces of gravity, they call it gravity, and the forces of force to keep water on a ball. You'll start thinking it from a physical sense, and then eventually you'll like what I did is I ended up trying to model it in a three-dimensional working model to scale, right? And I couldn't do it. Right? I tried to actually debunk it from the first start, right? And I couldn't do it. So then I just started asking more questions. Well, if I can't model a ball, and I can't make the flat Earth map work, either from the north or the south, in either way, then what is it, right? So I get in. I'm really into the physics. I was in construction for a long time, so I enjoy the physics and the pressures and all that type of stuff. So
okay.
So
thank you for that, Chris. What about you, Daniel?
First of all, welcome.
Thank you.
Don't get entangled with the flat Earth drama, because it's heavy and it's out there. And start enjoying it, because the first realization for me is understanding we live in a very special place that's called this creation, and I think that's already enough to start enjoying it, and not only focusing what is wrong or the lies, but in the positive aspect of that realization, what is bringing up to you. And I think that's the most important thing, because it's your relationship with the place you live, So it's an inner intimacy thing, where you see the stars at night and you're not anymore spinning around space, No, you're in a beautiful place where these stars are there for you to guide you, as Santos says, and I think it's beautiful. So yeah, that's it. Welcome and welcome. Bienvenido.
Thank you, brother.
It doesn't take 5 minutes to go through flat Earth either. It takes months, and we're all still learning.
Yeah, the research on its own takes us the time it needs. We can rush the answers we like, but we're forced to actually go through the whole research to actually reach it. No matter how fast you go, always it 1 millimeter a day, it brings you miles away as long as you move. And so far I'm actually getting stuff actually visible more, also for others to show what they're actually doing there, and how they do it, and where the actual originals are, and what the actual data is, That shows already how it all works. And the only thing we need to do is getting the actual proof out of reality, to put that into that context, to see how that actually confirms the truth. And so far, I've not yet found anything yet what actually denies the construct. It's only hard to grasp how that works.
Yeah.
I can try to explain it, but it's an actual experience you have to go through yourself. For me, it was a kind of a reborn thing. What happened in a sense that I actually woke up to the true realm essence of where I am, and realize who I am.
Can I ask what sort of things were you into prior to this, or like what led you to this?
I guess my actual search began with a book what I read about a person what got through all kinds of religions and had a certain special experience.
Okay.
And I had to test that out. Eventually, I read it. I actually read the whole Bible from cover to cover. And the first thing what came to mind was the question: do they read it themselves? And yeah, that brought me to go through all kinds of religions to see what they're actually up to.
Yeah.
And eventually I actually took the journey what happened in the book. And the whole conspiracy stuff started for me when 9/11 happened.
Okay.
And from there, I took a lot of cake piece by piece by piece, and eventually ended up 3 years ago, I think, with a post on Facebook about flat Earth. And I really asked, flat Earth. Nah, can't be true.
Yeah, we watched quite a. I'm sorry, everybody that likes the round circle map. But last night, Chris was showing us how they morphed it. Chris, could you show us that again? Because he almost had it there then.
Yeah, I'll just pull up open that software up, and I'll share that.
Yeah, will you show everybody in the chat room how they made the round circle map?
Okay, just a second here. You keep chatting there. I'll open up that file, and you keep chatting there, and I'll let you know when I get it loaded up here. It takes a minute to boot because there's so much data in it, so I'll start it up here.
Okay, then. I'll just ask Patricia or Judith, what words would you have to say to Christian then about being a new flat earther? Patricia?
Yeah.
Hi, Patricia.
I got to the mic before you did. Well, it takes a while, doesn't it, to get through? I mean, I was quite lucky because as soon as I sort of looked into it, I thought, yeah, this makes sense. I knew we were on a spinning ball.
Yeah.
And everything sort of fit into place. Now, series work, Christian, don't worry, because I still can't understand it fully.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been, 3 months, 4 months in this group, and don't worry about that. It will come. I think that's about it, really.
Feels like
nice
you've been with us forever. It just feels like you've always been there.
I know. Can't get rid of me, can you?
Not now, no. Judith, are you there? You got any words of wisdom for the new person, Christian?
Yes, I love to. Okay, so water is always everywhere I go in the world, I travel a lot. So the water zero, it's zero. I mean, the ocean, it's the same level is everywhere I go.
Yeah.
And when you see the sun set, I no longer call it set, because if you take a parachute or airplane and you go higher, you still see the sun. So the sun is not set.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I can tell you, if you take a gun and you want to shoot a bullet and we are spinning, you never get to the point if we are spinning.
Yeah.
So
you'd miss every time, wouldn't you?
oh yeah, in the big way. Yeah.
No, it makes sense. It does.
When you realise what it all is, all this NASA lie and everything, I just can't believe that we all believed it, but we did.
Oh my god! Do any of you guys know Mark Knight's channel, Wakey Wakey?
Yeah.
Yeah, like when he was covering, when the British astronaut, inverted commas, astronaut went up on the ISS and they were doing all that coverage on the news of him, Tim Freak.
Yeah, Tim Peaky, yeah.
Yeah. I watched them videos that Mark put out, and I was in stitches. Like, I could not stop laughing because of how bad it was. I was like,
When you see it, it's so hard. You can never go back. I've done 10 of my own videos of the lies. Some of them I've used some of other people's videos, but I've done
Yeah.
10. So I go and look at some footage. You can just see.
it is
Yeah.
like, yeah, like I said at the beginning, I said I can't call myself a flat earther. I know for sure that what they're telling us is lies. So I suppose I've done enough deprogramming. Like I'm already there. I don't need to be convinced that it's not
Not a globe.
that it's not a globe. Yeah. So I'm already at that stage. I don't need convincing of that. Like and I'm fully open.
It's now
to-
now the next stage of, okay, flat. What the fuck? How does that work? And that's where the rest of the search is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's where I'm actually doing here, and Grid and everybody else is actually contributing in any way they can. Actually,
I got to load it
Yes.
up there now, Karen. So it's
Go for it then. Go, because obviously Christian may not have seen this. Some of the people in the chat room might not have seen it, but I just explain it. Go on then, Chris.
all right. So it in the center here, in the center on the top on the plain grid, we've got a duplicate copy essentially of what the Google Earth is when you go online and Google Earth, right? And everybody, when you go on Google Earth, you'll notice at the poles, there's always that spot right there
Okay.
Yeah.
that compresses down into nothing at the North Pole. And then if people go and you look at Antarctica, right, and you zoom in on Antarctica, then you end up with that same spot.
A dark
Always,
spot.
it's the dark spot that's always blurry, and there's a circle around it, and it compresses into infinity. And so what we found was that it's being forced into infinity, but the entire map is actually in there, right? So they're forcing it with algorithms to wrap around the ball. And if you take that map and you start to roll it into itself, right, Antarctica will expand back out, right? So they've done an infinity loop onto itself. And what was interesting about that is there's another, we found another map where there's actually another 60 some odd %, right, of the entire thing. They've got the rest of it. It's just not in this model. And I can show you that after here, but
it's only 1/3.
so now you know how it's, so what this is. Yeah, this is 1/3 of what's actually there. And what this is actually a square. It's like a cube, right? So they take a square, they map it to a vector point, right, in X, Y, Z axis. Then they roll that into a ball and then start folding it in on itself. So if I hide that one, now that you know how it operates, and I bring this one up to, grab it on the Z, bring it up to the plane here. Excuse me. So then they take it after it's made into the ball. What we can do is flatten it back out. So this will actually generate the pizza map, right? This will generate, and it's the same thing. It's just rolling in on itself, right? You can roll it any way you want, right? So there is. So this would be the North Pole, right? Which is where we see, this is one version of the snake eating its tail, right? This one's more would be what series would call the positive pole. There's a version of the snake eating its tail. And then on the south it does the same thing. If you expand it out, right? So that's how they've manipulated that map.
Can you just show us it running, Chris? How they loop it?
So it stopped coming through on the low. Oh no, it's back.
how they loop it. Yeah. Yeah, it's just
Show us how they
loops
loop
on
it.
itself like that.
Yeah, no, sorry. Chris, whenever you talk again,
just
it's
keeps
back
on
to your
forever and ever.
avatar, so people aren't actually seeing it on the live stream. So I don't know if you can present him properly.
He is presented.
Oh. Right, we'll talk again and we'll see what happens, but it does seem to keep jumping onto your avatar rather than what you're trying to show, that's all. Just letting you know the problem, that's also. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I'll
Thank. He's gonna.
I'll try
He's
to check that
gonna.
over.
Yeah.
So you think I should share the application window or try the full screen share? Might be better, or which way do you think works best?
Yeah. Remember, you have to have it opened up on a separate page. Then go to the second one when you present, and then it'll pick up the extra page. Hang on a second, guys, while Chris just sorts that out.
Sure.
There.
So how's the weather over the pond today?
It's cooled down rather a lot.
Has it?
Not so sunny today. There you go. Can everybody see that?
Not yet. It's coming through now.
Yes.
Yep. Can see it now.
Yes.
The thing that everybody has a problem with when Siri starts talking about the fourth dimension and looping is something that they're already doing on this round map. They're just looping it.
Whoa.
How do you like that, huh?
So what's causing it to do that? What information are you inputting into the computer to cause it to do that?
Well, all I've done is taken the Google Earth map with the flight. These are all the green stuff. There's actual flight paths, right? So this is a GPS accurate map.
Okay.
And you just take it. They take it, put it on a cube, a square cube, 44-dimensional square cube, just a cube. Then they roll it. They round the corners into a ball, which is a factor of 2, and then they just roll it into itself.
Right.
To infinity, right? And it just starts looping. Right.
Mad. Okay.
It's just that he's showing you how they get the ice rink to go around the outside because they've looped it and it's looping on itself, and then the ice rink goes on the outside. But it's not true. It's just another fake map.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you.
He's doing something. What are you doing, Chris?
So it's a good thing, Christian, that you've came along and you've found our group, or we found you, which is good. Took me 3 years to find out this information. So feel fortunate that you've been accelerated up into different theories of the shape of our Earth and how the sun and moon travel. So you're getting a different perspective on what we think the sun and moon are and how they travel, hence the Sun and Moon group. We also recommend that you go to Dave Marsh's channel. He's a member of our group who did a moon race video, and he times the moon travel on the Tropic of Cancer, the equator, and the Tropic of Capricorn, showing that there's very little difference in time change when the moon changes from one to the next. So it puts into question, absolutely demolishes the heliocentric model, and it really puts into question the A&E circular map model. So some things to consider.
Okay. Yeah, I did see that from Dave last night because I tuned in, even though I wasn't actually part of the hangout. I was watching you guys last night for a good couple of hours, 2.5 hours.
Great.
So I did see that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this version here, I've taken it up to the next level, the 4th dimensional. So what I've done here is taken and expanded. This is using the map that Ceres has, which contains all the Google GPS data, and it's showing the other 60%, or 2/3, or whatever, 66. It actually works at 66.6%. Oddly enough, right? It's 2/3 of it is missing, right? And we've added it in here just to see what's actually there, right? So if you take that percentage and put it into the toroidal magnetic field, which is what the wire frame represents, right? So it's just a flower. Essentially, you end up with a flower in an infinity loop of, you know, the flower of life pattern, sacred geometry, right?
Yeah.
And then you roll it in. So you can kind of see, where some of the all that digital information is. I'll just hide this one here just for a second. But so it's like a vibrating. Basically, it's an atomic structure if you look at it from a physics sense, right? So it would be the pattern that an atom would follow, right? So a nucleus on the inside, right?
Christian,
Right.
that's got Ceres' work in there. That's what Chris is doing. He's mixing his work.
Okay.
Yeah, Chris?
Yeah, so you can see the digital version, basically a digital version of Africa, right? Digital version of North America, and it's all in there, right?
I wonder, Chris,
Yeah.
you put that inner, the thicker one in the inner part, actually on the pillars.
That's what I'm working on, yeah.
That's when you take the radius of the circle, divide it by 15, and multiply it by 13. Then you have the length downwards of where the actual edge from the equator is, and then the other side around the same. It's 15 and 13 together. 15 circles and 13 squares. You end up with 13 divided by 15 as the actual distance of the circle points.
Yeah, from the north to the south and the curvature, yeah. Yeah, it seems to be a ratio. Like when I scale the magnetic field torus to exactly the dimensions of the map, right? So basically on the outside here, what this is the entire stellar field, the celestial field that they use also in Google Maps, right? Because then you jump inside, and you'll see this is the same as if you're online on Google Maps. You're looking around in space, right? It just loops around in a circle, right? So this is you're looking at the Milky Way, the North Pole and Center Pole. So North Star would be up here, and the Milky Way down in here, and the thing just rolls around you in a circle, right? And you can see how perspective changes as it moves, right? So the south has a better view of the Milky Way, and the north will get it on an angle, which is exactly how we would observe it if we were down on the plane in the center here. Then I roll it, and I want to see what that extra data was. And I look down through the tube, right, from the north, looking down. You can take a ride down through it like you're in a movie, looking down through all this digital information until you end up back at the center through the flower of life, back to the pizza map, all the way down through infinity until you and the magnetic fields all line up, right? So the inner torus still lines up no matter where you go and where you look. It still ends up with the polarities line up with the ice ring at both the north and the south, right?
How many layers does this have?
Say again?
How many toroidal layers do
Just
you
three.
have there? Oh, 3, okay.
Just three, yeah. 3 dimensions, three toroids. So it's that's it, right? But when you add the thickness to it, right, it just keeps looping on itself. So you can keep on going and going and going. Yeah. But there's some interesting. But what's interesting is no matter where you go, and when you scale it right, you can see how the toroidal field always ends up at the ice ring, right, or the North Pole, and you just keep on zooming in until you end up back. So then this is the center part here. So this is looking north-south, right? But then when you roll it on its side, now you begin to see, okay, well, this is where we probably would, although we don't see it all, what renders to us is a three-dimensional perspective view, right? It's on an angle, right?
Yeah.
Right. So this is where all the energy and matter, like wherever there's interference patterns between the magnetic fields and the light, so magnetism and light, when they interfere with each other and vibrate at the atomic level, well, then it manifests in what we would feel and see in all the five senses. And basically that's where matter itself would manifest in that type of reality in time. And I know from my when I was in the industry, in the mining and stuff, when we look at the survey data and the survey standards, that might be something, if you're into the technical stuff, you could look at that. It's called UGS 1984 survey data. That's the standard that we calibrate all the equipment to, right? And what it does, it calibrates to basically three things: time, a specific epoch in time, which was set as a standard in 1900, and we haven't changed it since. So it's been valid for 200 years, right? So it's set to 1900, and it's based on a gravitational constant of, Einstein's gravity, right? So it's gravity in time. And then when we survey, we're measuring to that datum point. So it's just a gravitational constant set in a point of time, because everything's moving all the time, right? But it all converges and diverges at one single point. So even our survey tripods and stuff, like, sure, we're looking across the distance, but when you analyze the data, it all goes back to a measurement at that single point in time, right? So when we set up like a theodolite or whatever on site, you set it there, you have to let it run for 24 hours until it calibrates, right? It takes 10 readings per second for 24 hours and calibrates itself in time. And then we shoot from there, right, to a pinpoint accuracy of, a millimeter over 1,000 yards, right? Or 1,000 meters, right? Millimeters to meters, which I find just fascinating. Once I got into this, I'm like, okay, now I see exactly what is going on. Then as we zoom, excuse me, as we zoom out.
Hey, Robert, I'm on a live hangout.
I'll start to zoom backwards. So now I'm going to zoom backwards out of the model on the XY axis, and I'll stay level with the plane. So I'm looking at the donut hole, basically through the outside edge of the donut into the center, from as if you're going to bite into the donut, right?
Talk later, whenever you like.
Is that all right?
What's that?
Is that all right if we talk?
Can someone mute Karen?
Go on, Chris.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Rob,
so now you start to see where.
Sorry, were you asking me something? I had to answer the phone. Robert was calling me. Robert Forchek just called me, and I just answered it because you've been ringing to me all the time. Sorry, what was being said? Yeah,
so
did someone want something?
No, sorry, I just asked them to mute you because it was interrupting the flow of the conversation.
I was muted.
No, he wasn't.
No, you weren't, but that's okay. We heard the whole conversation.
So sorry. Is
No.
it muted?
No problem.
I am so
You had the
sorry.
floor.
Sorry. Carry on, everybody. I've ended my phone call anyway now because I said to him we were live. But it said, I muted it. It said red up there. Carry on. Whoops. Carry on, Chris.
Once you start zooming out, I start seeing some shapes and images that really remind me of things we've seen. If you want to call them little secrets or little tidbits in plain sight, how they like to do that, right? It's whoever they might be or whatever's going on. I don't get into that aspect of it too much, but you know, this reminds me, this at this level here, this would be one level out from center. So this is the first circle. Then you end up seeing, in a three-dimensional sense, what looks like a scene from the movie Van Helsing with from the ceiling and that type of stuff. So, you know, at this level, you'd have eggs, you know, ribs and eggs and those types of things, right? It starts hanging there. And then this one, at this level, I can grab the, put the cursor here, put my center point reference to center, grab onto the camera and rotate that on the Z, and it goes around in a circle like this, right? And it's always lined up with that magnetic field, so.
Can I just say that Mike has joined now?
Yeah. Welcome.
Now here's the next
What
one.
it is that Chris has been making these himself, so he's just showing us basically how they made the pizza map. You still there, Mike?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm looking at Blender, so.
I really don't mean to sound rude, but Chris, is there any way you could just show him again in a minute what they did to make the pizza map? Because he hasn't seen it, and I think that he'd like to see it. But
Sure.
Carry on with yours.
Yep.
Well, I'm fine. I think pizza map is a projection from center point map. There are many types of projection center point maps. They are accurate from center point, but that doesn't denote they are a map of Earth.
Yeah,
So I'm fine.
I
He
discovered
doesn't.
actually the only true distance on the circle map is the equator itself. The latitude is already distorted before it became the circle map. And the longitude is destroyed along you make the circle map, except for the equator. And that counts the same for the ball, in how they do this mathematically. Because the original data is actually
So the one from Van,
coming from the triple square format. What is the photographic format? And the UTM format of the military squares, the square grid. It's all squares. That's where it comes from. That's the whole point.
Those square grids are correct, right?
Yeah, you can twist everything in there, but when you actually look in the detail itself, you zoom out and what the detail actually becomes, you will see that your own the photograph of your own house is actually destroyed because you don't have no 90-degree corners in your house. You know, you have only 90-degree corners in your house, for example, and you will see that all the houses are twisted one way or another. And that's just messing up reality, and that's not reality. And the original photograph is the actual square. So I figured that's the original. That's why is that not our reality then? What's so hard to accept that that square is actually the dimension in where we live?
Well, everything is in perfect squares from my studies.
Yeah.
It's mathematical. It's square. It's broken down into squares and little squares, and it all works. It all measures up. It all distances are correct when you count the squares.
Exactly. And the only thing I do to calculate distances between latitude and longitude is just translate the latitude longitude in the photographic dimension, and then calculate the actual miles or kilometers in what unit you needed. But you go always
right. So anybody could take a cell phone, say in Sydney, Australia, and they can get the coordinates there and then get the coordinates from maybe someone in, say, Buenos Aires or Santiago, Chile, and then count those squares on, say, the transverse Mercator projection or some type of UTM grid map and find out that those distances match the size of those squares. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's
correct. Yeah,
base square, and they only give you the transferred GPS coordinates of that particular square dimension, and that's that triple square where you can calculate the right latitude. Longitude is just one straight distance, is exactly the same distance as the east-west direction. It's only one side. It doesn't change when they only transform the latitude, and that's with the GPS map. There you have the base map and what we know as the square map of the pole Earth. From that, they create.
There, I pulled it up on the screen here now. Yeah.
And so the azimuthal equidistance.
Oh.
Sorry, Mike. Can I just explain that on here we have Billy from America.
Hey, Billy. I know Billy.
Hey, Mike. How you doing?
Man, I'm blessed. Highly favored. Thank you.
Amen.
Chris from America. Chris from Canada. Get it right. We've got Christian from the UK. We've got Dee from the UK. Obviously, Ceres you've just been talking to from Holland. Patricia's from the UK. We've got Daniel from Chile. We've got Judith from Israel. And me from the UK. Just so you know who's on the Hangout.
So we have somebody here. Is that Santiago, Chile?
No, Pucón, Chile. It's 800 kilometers to the south. I live all my life in Santiago, but now I'm living in the south.
So you're in South America?
Yeah, I'm latitude 39.
How close are you to the ocean from there?
I say 150 miles.
Okay.
Or 100, maybe less.
Yeah, here's the thing. I really want some sunset following, maybe in Fiji and from the area this gentleman lives in. I really believe we might be able to find some things.
What do you need exactly?
The southern angle.
The tracking of the sun.
Uh-huh.
And we have reports that it resets or sets and rises again. And I have video from Alaska, and I have Mexican webcam video, and a video from Antarctica itself. But they're all just webcam videos, and all we're seeing what the person's saying, but they're seeing it through the webcam, and then they're compressing it and giving it back to us, and the video is just
crappy.
Yeah, but what Ceres has been working on, what Free Energy has been working on concerning the grid system, is going to probably blow this thing wide open. It's exciting work.
Nice. That's what we want to hear.
Yeah, Ceres, he has some readings of me. And we actually did the calculations of distance from UK to Chile, from where I was. It was 14,000 kilometers. Remember, Ceres?
Yeah. I use my own calculator now for distances.
Yeah, you were trying to open my location now to see. Yeah, do you need the readings from the coast? Why did you ask me how close?
Well, I'm just interested in the sun being tracked, probably through a filter or something. I mean, if you have the ability to do that, fine. But eventually, we're going to have to do that. We're going to have to, unless one of us can fly over either one of the poles.
Yeah.
Because all I have is webcam video of this double sunset. Somebody's interpretation that's watching the webcam and getting back a recompressed video that's not the quality of what they were seeing. That's all I have.
Midnight sun.
So, Mike, I can show you what's kind of going on and how where Ceres and I have combined the two, and show you what Google Maps is actually doing in their model, if you like. Real
Sure.
quick.
Absolutely. I use Blender. We're making a game in Blender, so yeah.
Okay, so you see the blender? Yeah, exactly. So all you got to do is take the map and throw it onto a cube, right?
Right.
And then you just apply your subdivide to the fourth or fifth level, right? Then that'll warp it into the center to start making the ball, right? And it just rolls in on itself.
Christian, I think you're making a bit of noise.
Okay, so you're projecting a global flight route map on that through. Is that what you're projecting on that?
Yeah, this is a global flight route map with and it or the same texture map you would use for Google Earth. Like it's the same map that they use, and it's onto a cube. And then what they do is they just compress it, and that's why I noticed on Google Earth that they always end up with this at the center point there. They always end up with that blurry spot at the North Pole and South Pole.
Right.
So they've taken the square map. In Antarctica, you see the same round circle, and they've just wrapped it put it onto a cube, and threw it on a circle, and then they just compress it into itself, right? And then it just, keep rolling it in.
With Blender there, that's impressive.
Right, that's all they're doing.
And so, I guess if people are watching this, notice none of those flight paths cross North Center.
No, they never do.
They all take what they call global routes over Greenland or Alaska.
Thanks for pointing it out again, Mike. Could you repeat that one more time? Because the shortest distance between Canada and Russia is over the north, but notice there's no flight patterns over the north.
Right. Nothing crosses North Pole Center. They take what they call polar routes, and those are arcs east and west over Greenland or Alaska, depending on the polar route on the globe Earth map. But nothing ever crosses center point.
It's too cold for airplanes to fly over it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Well, and even that global flight route map there is probably not 100% accurate because there's a few that are getting closer than what anything actually does. But that is a good representation that nothing crosses the center of the North Pole, and especially Antarctica.
Yeah, I've tried a few different flight maps, and yeah, you're right. I think the closest comes within maybe 60 degrees. Or not 60, but 80. Nothing above 85 degrees for sure. 100% for sure. Right.
Right.
So
and everything.
Yeah.
Right. Everything's projected east and west, not over the top of the ball, north and south. Despite it should be shorter distances.
So then what happens is as you square that ball down, scale it on the Z until you get it almost flat, and you'll see it pop into a pretty flat perspective. Once you get it down to where it no longer wants to flip-flop, then you can start rolling it. And you'll end up with the perfect pizza map, right?
Well, there you go.
Yeah. You gotta get the scale just about right, but it's not hard to do once you get it started. Yeah, but that's all they're doing. Yeah.
That's it. It's stuck up.
That's the AE projection. Yeah.
And that's how they made it.
Yeah. Right, so there you go. There's the snake eating its tail, and the dragon thing, and the pizza, and everything on the inside, right?
Right. It's pretty amazing.
Which I find fascinating. If you go back into some of the old medieval artworks and stuff, I mean, this dragon eating its tail, right? The snake eating its tail, the dragon eating its tail, is one of the oldest symbols, right? Oldest. Yeah. Occultic or religious symbols as both, right? It was like a religious symbol that evolved into an occultic symbol, right? It goes all the way back, pre-Sumerian, and that symbol, that drawing or this picture, is there everywhere. It's the most consistent thing through history, right? So I find that just absolutely fascinating. How did they know that, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm seeing the Firefox icon, and it's in exactly the same position, actually.
Precisely, yeah.
Yeah, precisely, yeah.
So if I stop sharing this window here just for a second,
Yeah, you showed me one on Facebook.
Yeah, I'll show you here just a second. I'll share a different application window here. This is once I started looking at it, I was like, "You got to be kidding me!" right? Right here it is. There's even if you look down from the North Pole, it's the same thing again. You end up with the twin dragons, right? Kind of fighting a dragon, and there's the artwork that matches it. It's perfect. There's the wings of the dragon. There's the wings of the dragon. There's the sword through the top. And there's the sword through the top right there with the angel, you know, on her knees right
We're
there.
not seeing your screen.
Yeah.
Screen?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Sure.
I got the screen. Yeah, and so it's almost like with these people that they have this symbology in there to confuse and somehow empower what they're broadcasting to us. I mean, if you see a lot of Russian bids, he goes through a bunch of this stuff. You know, and just the numbers are important to these people. Symbols are important to them. They think it'll help them hide things. They think these symbols will help them fool people. Talking to some of my globe earthers, they may be right. I don't know, but
well, yeah. But from the physics, like I could really get into the physics. Like that's my main goal with all this is to understand the physics. Because once you get rid of the globe model in your head, right, and you get rid of gravity, which just messes up everything you try to figure out, because it always resolves to zero, right? And everything's always datum point to 0 point gravity and space and time, space-time continuum. Everything just cancels out to nothing, right? You can't figure out anything, right? And I find that very frustrating when I'm trying to, you know, calculate the head pressure on a tank that's 200 feet high with 10,000 gallons in it. It has a certain amount of head pressure. Well, you know, if I'm at the equator, well, then the head pressure should change by, 0.033% based on the spin rotational of the Earth, right? It should change the head pressure, but it doesn't, right? And it just confuses you, right? So anyway, that's my spiel on that. But so what I'm trying to figure out though is that when I look at the toroid shape form, either from the top you get the flower of life, and from the side you get, the donut, right? Dimensional sense. And then I looked at dolphins. Dolphins make sonar when they hit something with sonar. Like here's an image. Here's a dolphin in a pool, right? Sent a sonic wave at a man holding a flower pot in a pool. And then they took the image reflection, recorded it, and played it back on a CymaScope in a little tube, in a little petri dish of water, a special one, but it's just water. And when they play the sound back through the water, the image will reappear as a hologram in the water of what the dolphin saw. So it's a snapshot of what the dolphin saw, right? And it just blows my mind that this is so here is 27.5 hertz in a petri dish of water. And if you look at that form and shape, well, it's exactly the form and shape that we're ending up with when we model this thing in a fourth-dimensional sense, right? You take the map and roll it around inside of a toroidal field, and we end up with the paths of Venus, right? So here's the path of Venus in the toroidal field, right? That's a picture of Venus, 3,986 pictures of Venus wrapped into its shape, looking on a north-south axis, right? It creates, we've all seen that, right? It creates that type of design, right? So everywhere you look, that's what I'm ended up with is, the sun in this position casts a shadow for night and day, right? Here's a side angle of it with the atmosphere, right? We're inside this fourth-dimensional realm looking out. And at the North Pole, we see the Taurus, right? See that all the time when, you go up north, right?
Right.
So that's kind of where I'm at with it. It's definitely a fourth-dimensional toroidal type of thing. And everywhere you look, you're going to see it as a circle. You experience it as flat, you see it as a circle, and you're living in a square.
Well, that shouldn't confuse anyone.
Very good explanation there.
That's the only, because it just keeps repeating itself. It's holographic in that sense, right? It's real,
right?
But it's,
and we know Earth does in fact rest inside a fourth-dimensional field. What's above us is not physical. It's and so that's why we're having issues trying to explain certain eclipses and movements.
Yeah.
Above.
Yeah, in the fourth dimensional. Oops, I did that wrong. I think. Stop share.
I'd like to tell something to Christine. Christine?
Christine.
Christine.
Yeah.
Is he me?
I muted him.
Christian?
Yeah, you have to unmute yourself.
Christian, can you unmute yourself? He's new to Hangouts, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, just say what you've got to say, Judith. Hopefully you can hear. I can't unmute it.
I would like to tell him the story about Nikon P900. It's the same story about the camera with Dee and me. The same surprise when we see the moon so close to our eyes and you don't see nothing around. And when you bring the sun so close to you, to the eyes, you see it's not the same sun as NASA show you. So this is reality. Yeah.
Yeah, NASA sends CGI though. It's all CGI.
It is.
Nothing NASA does is real.
I've made a few videos of my own, so anybody go and look up any NASA footage, you can see all the mistakes yourself.
So if anyone needs any proof that they live in their own perceptual bubble, just take their family down or take a few friends down to the beach at sunset one night and look at the sun going down. Get your friends, family, whatever, to spread along the beach and ask them where the sun's going. And they'll all say it's pointing at my feet. And it can't be pointing at everyone's feet at the same time. So that in itself is proof we live in our own perceptual bubble. So
yeah, in the model I did, it circles and it twists. It follows a sine wave pattern, right? It's a sine wave.
What Dee did was he asked his daughter to look at the sun, and he was looking at the sun. And the sun was coming to Dee's feet, and the sun was going to his daughter's feet. So that's what Dee was just explaining.
Yeah. Yeah, everywhere you go. Yeah.
Now, I've never heard that explained. Is that just the optics of an eye, or is the sun doing something for each individual person? I mean, that's interesting.
Dee, just explain again what you did.
Right, yeah, no, like I say, I mean, it's something anyone can do as long as you've got the water facing towards the sunset, that is, or water when the sun's getting low on the sunset. Just take you a few people down to the beach, and you'll spread them across the beach, and you'll see the sun goes to each and every one of their feet at the same time. It'll go to your feet, it will go to your friend's feet, it will go to your other friend's feet, whatever, all the way up the beach. They'll all be seeing the sun go into their feet. So I'm not sure exactly what science says about that, but for me, it's proof we live in our own perceptual bubbles.
Yeah, all light follows the magnetic field, right? So it converges and diverges on a magnetic field, and you are a magnetic person. So the salt water basically in your eyeball is magnetized, and as the light enters through your retina and cornea, it focuses all light that you can see from every perspective into a center point into your brain through your retina and cornea, right? So everything anybody sees is relative to them no matter what, right? All everywhere, right? It's a personal perception. So I 100% agree with it, right? Yeah.
That makes sense, but that light is actually laid on the water for you all the way from horizon to you. You see it on the water, but nobody else does. They see their own.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. It's like if you're driving, say if you're driving along the coast, right? And you look at the sun's in the west, and you drive 100 miles along the coastline in your car. Well, the sunlight is always perfectly perpendicular to you, right? It travels with you, the sunlight, right? No matter where you go. As fast as you can fly, it'll go with you, right? So, yeah. You're always chasing the sun, right? You'll never catch it. Yeah.
Yeah. And then you would imagine that when it is a ball, that you would actually catch out the sun, because you could fly a smaller circle.
Right.
But because it's square, you actually fly always the same minimum distance of the equator.
Yeah. So if you think about it, like from a surveying perspective, if you put a theodolite on the beach and look at the sun, measure it, and then rotate the theodolite X amount of degrees without moving its tripod, but rotate it in an angle and look at it again and measure the distance between the two. Well, that's where you'll measure the curvature of the 7 degrees, right? It'll be a 7-degree type of panoramic view, right? And you think you're measuring, where the sun position is or whatever. But if you take the theodolite, instead of rotating it, pick it up and move it to another position relative, right, on both sides of where you started, and measure it again, you'll end up measuring the square, right? It doesn't matter. It's just perspective to the point of measurement, right? It's all a reference frame of that individual point in time. Right?
So, Chris, what does that mean then if everybody sees their own sun?
Well, it doesn't matter. It means you can argue till you're blue in the face. No one will ever have everybody will have a different answer no matter what. There's no way to prove it, right? Right. The only way to do it is in a fourth dimensional sense, which is exactly what we're seeing, right? So that they're forced in. The ball has to be forced, right? But everything is a square dimension, right? It's all X, Y, Z, 3 dimensions. Right? Here, well, the way I try to think about it is kind of like Ceres puts it. It's we can see from our perspective, we can see the first dimension, right, which is a flat plane, right? The second dimension, X, Y, and the third dimension, Z, right? But you have to kind of step out, right? If you're a one-dimensional being, can't see anything because they're a one-dimensional being, right? A second-dimensional being can see the first dimension because they're above the plane. A third-dimensional being can now see the plane and the sides, the elevation height, because they're a third-dimensional being, right? They can see it. Since we know that we're third-dimensional beings, we have to be in the fourth, right? We are fourth-dimensional beings because if we weren't in the fourth dimension, outside of the X, Y, Z, looking into it, then we couldn't see it. If that makes any sense. Do you understand what I mean? Right?
No, it makes perfect sense to me.
Right. We have to be in the fourth dimensional realm in order to observe the third dimension. If we go into the fifth dimensional realm, if there is such a thing and we can find it, then we would see ourselves from outside of ourselves as fourth dimensional beings, right? Right. So
right.
with each stage of vibrational observation, or that level of observation, you can see the dimension below you, or up beneath you, right?
But what's so nice is, as third dimensional beings, we're starting to understand the reality of our fourth dimension by first realizing that everyone has their own sun,
it's their
own moon, and own star projections. How is this possible? It's possible through the heavenlies being fourth dimensional.
Yeah.
More than 3 dimensions.
Precisely. So if I pull up my screen there, if Mike can see this too, just to kind of, we'll say it one more time in a slightly different way so everybody gets it. This is the toroidal field, and this is the map of all the stars in the sky that we observe. So it's an actual map, same one that Google uses, right? So from outside of it, I'm in the fourth dimension looking backwards at the third dimension. Now, if I zoom into the field of stars and just pop in through the boundary layer of the entire universe and roll around in a circle, well, then we start to see what you would see from your perspective, right? And you'll see that the entire Milky Way, it forms a circle that makes a figure 8, right? When I look at it along the axis here, you'll see a straight
really updating here.
Milky Way. If I step over, yeah, it's updating. Yeah.
It takes a second to get through, I guess.
Right.
We're still outside the universe.
Okay. I'm talking faster than it can render, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, it just always happens, doesn't
Right.
it?
So if I line it up and it's
actually kind of hanging.
yeah, so if I line it up so that from your perspective, I can line it up so that the Milky Way appears to be a straight line, right? Okay. And then if you roll it one way, you'll see that now it's the top side of a figure 8.
Is that supposed to be
And you
moving,
keep
Chris?
rolling it around, it'll expand.
Chris, nothing's moving. Is it supposed to be moving?
Yeah. Try to reshare.
Oh,
Hello, Chris?
there.
We haven't lost
Yeah,
him, have
there's a
we?
reshare in there now.
Almost.
Yeah, reshare it. I'll just stop presenting and I'll represent you.
Yeah.
That's it. He's back with his diagrams. It's back now. It's moved on.
Yeah.
All right, so all I've done is I popped inside the universal boundary layer out at where the universe would form a bubble of perspective. Right, and I'm just rotating it around. And you'll see that depending on where you look, it's relative to where that position is. So we would have like, if you're in the right spot, you would see the Milky Way as an arched curve. If you're looking from the plane of where you're observing it down here on the Earth plane, looking out, you'd see a nice arched Milky Way. And we do see that right at the equator line or different spots, right? But if you're over here looking this way at it, right, you may end up seeing it more as a straight line, right? It depends on which way you're looking, right? And it just keeps making circles in one position and then expanding and then making another circle. And then from the top of the entire field looking down, we can zoom back down into it again using the Google Earth data again, and you'll end up seeing it from the top down, right? Or from the side looking in. No matter where you look, it's the same thing, right? It's always a personal perspective. Yeah. So this is and all this is, Mike, is just the toroid, right? With the map wrapped around a toroid, and you'll see that the magnetic field simulation is representing the toroid. It always ends up that the field lines perfectly follow what would be the rings, right? The ice rings or whatever. They always end up piercing them as a boundary layer, no matter where you look, right? There it is inside out. So here's a focal point of what would be a cold zone. And that makes perfect sense to me because magnetic fields, a negative magnetic field will make things cold, right? And a positive magnetic field makes it hot. That's the principle of welding, principle of refrigeration, right? Magnetic refrigerators you buy and put in your camper, right? The negative pole's cold and the positive pole's hot, right? And in between in a magnetic toroid, you get pressure, electrical pressure. So this is like looking down the center of a wire, right? The field is outside of the wire and the pressure is on the inside of the wire, and we measure this as current or pressure flow, right? So that's where anything that interferes with itself outside would collect in dead center. And on the universal scale, right? When you zoom all the way out to the universe, well, that's what makes sense, right? It's a universal thing, and it works for the universe and it works for the atom, right? Atom. So Adam, you can think of Adam and Eve if you want to look at it from the biblical sense. You know, Adam being an atom, Eve being electron volts, right? So, right, it's positive, negative, male, female, electron volts to infinity, right? It's light, dark. First there was light, then there was dark, then there was Adam, then there was Eve, positive, electric, right? You can look at it from that sense as well. Yeah.
Okay, so since the stars, sun, and moon present themselves to everyone differently, and what they see is going to just be based on their perception, then I see maybe an issue trying to get exact measurements from even two people working together here at different locations.
Yeah. Because you have
Yeah, it is difficult. Yeah, I'll stop sharing here if I can.
you have
Did I
to
stop sharing? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you have.
Because you know,
the only way to do that, Mike, would be to have you'd have to have two observers calibrated to each other as a and make them a single unit of measurement, basically, right? You have to calibrate the two together, and then take the measurement at exactly the same time from the exact elevation, looking at the exact coordinate in space time. If that makes sense, right? You got to triangulate it.
No,
right?
It does make sense, but I don't think we can triangulate the sun or. And I've had people, we've done experiments, and I'm saying you both of you were seeing two different things. I can't explain it to them because they think they're measuring a physical object above.
That's exactly it. No, you're 100% correct. You can't do it. Yeah. Like you'd have to have, say, on the equator line, if you had a person at 45 degrees on the equator line, right, 45 lat, right, east, and 45 long east and 45 long west, right, and then point them both at the sun, measure them using an atomic nuclear clock, right, and say, okay, with something really accurate, and say, okay, now hit the sun, right, take your measurement now, right. Then you would say that's where it was relative to the triangle of both of those measurements, right? But that's the only way you'll ever do it, ever even come close to doing it, is with that kind of equipment, right? Because it's unique to the perspective of the observer, right? In time, because when we measure using theodolites, like I said before, we're measuring to a gravitational velocity in time. We set to a gravity point that's moving, right? And then we take an average, right? To 1900, to the year 1900 is where they set it to, right?
Right.
So, so all they did is they chose a point in time. They chose a point in time where the celestial pole was relative to the axis of observation. Said that's our center of gravity, right? Right, and that's it. Because it's always slightly moving. Because gravity, mass has to move to exist. If it came to a complete stop, then there wouldn't be anything. It would just be nothing to exist, right? So they just froze. They froze a point in time and said that's our measurement. Right? So,
we know what we think about gravity anyway. So,
well, this is it, right? I know it's gravity's, and that's what. So that's why they did it, right? I understand why they made gravity, right? Because they had to make gravity in order to make a measurement, right? In order to in order to make the circle of the globe, you have to have a center point of gravity. So they invented gravity to make the globe, and then they used that to measure the weight of gold, right? And it's all about money, right?
how do I mute myself? I got to take this call here real quick.
Yeah, the whole weight measurement.
I'll mute you. I'll mute you.
Thank you. Hello.
Oh, it's not muted.
You got a call, so I let you go, okay?
Mike, I can't do it.
Okay.
Turn his volume down. Series, can you do it?
Yep.
Series, I have a question for you.
Yes.
The square map is connect with the pyramid for me.
What is the question?
Why I make connection with the pyramid and with the square map?
With the planet and the square map?
No. The square map and pyramid.
It's breaking up. So
what she's saying is the reason she knows it's a square map is because of the pyramids. It was the pyramids that did it for her.
Yeah.
Oh.
Why I have this connection?
Why you have this connection?
That's why she has that connection.
Well, that's...
There is a connection.
Square and pyramids, yeah. It seems just a leftover of what the previous world was in its golden times.
Yeah, I can show that to you. Did there? I did that as well. I'm like I said, I was trying to check all the possibilities. So there's the pyramid with the map on it, right?
Yeah, good.
Yeah, and I agree. It's a leftover from earlier, right? So, and there's probably a fair amount of, I haven't scaled it to see if it works, but I would almost guess, this is just a guess, right? Educated guess, that if you put the toroid field onto a pyramid shape and did it to scale, that where the points of these magnetic fields would come into the Earth's surface on the pyramid would be where you would probably find the locations of megalithic structures. And that's just a theory, right?
In this way, I can't see the square. I want to see the full square. And I want to see the North Pole. And I want to see the North Star. And then I want to see the light, how it's going in the square map. The light of the sun with all this connection. Yes.
I wonder with the pyramids and the square cube dimensions, the angle of the side of east of the pyramid upwards to a certain ceiling, reflecting back through the space loop.
Yes.
Actually at the west side of the pyramid.
Yeah, it's about 51.6 degrees or something to that effect. Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
To actually exactly reflect on the ceiling through the looping into itself again.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah, and it's done to measure gravity. So they did the same thing. They measured to a point of what they would call a mass center. I hate the word gravity, so it's a center of mass, right? If you take a pile of sand in a bucket and pour it onto a flat surface, you'll end up with a 51.6 degree plane or angle, right? Because the way the sand particles fall, you can measure gravity mass, the center of mass, based on that angle. You triangulate that, you can tell where the center is. Now you know the velocity, right? You can calculate velocity from a pile of sand if you know how to do it, right?
Velocity.
Right. You see what I mean?
Chris?
Yeah. Yep.
What happens if you unclick gravity in your right? You have in your right column of settings, you have gravity.
Oh yeah.
On
yeah.
the bottom.
Oh, nothing.
Yeah. What happens if you take it at nothing?
Nothing. Yeah. No, this if I wanted to say if I wanted to put water in here, and then put an object to pour water on this, then if I took gravity off, then the water would float around, right? And if I had sand in here, I can do particle physics in this to simulate particle physics, right? And I do that for other things, but I haven't in this model, but right. If I want to study how water would flow down a pipe pathway, for example, right? I can do that. Put the pipe in there, put a fluid in it, and watch the fluid go, right?
Awesome.
So it will do that, but
For me, no question. It's square map. No question about this. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I feel. That's what I know.
Yeah, I wonder how high the ceiling has to be to actually make this particular reflection back to itself.
I'm just curious. You got me thinking now. I'm curious.
Yeah.
Just to let you know, you're muted, Mike.
I unmuted. I think I did. If you hear me, I did. If you don't hear me now, I didn't.
Christian left.
Okay, so we're dealing with a flat square Earth, and amazingly, Free Energy came out with this in 2014. And I can't get him to admit anything. I'm pretty sure he has some inside government information, though. And I mean, he had to have. He has to know something. He won't get online with anybody. He won't he's very cryptic. He's very secretive. So
It's a smart way to be, though.
it is. It is. My
We've
channel
tried
is-
to get him on our hangout, but he said that he was doing some work, and then he was watching lots of infighting, and people were attacking him, people who he thought were his friends. But he was trying to explain the concept of 4D. He hadn't made it, you know, like everything wasn't quite to scale, and he got quite slaughtered. So this is why he's gone off to do another model.
Well, this is exactly. This is what brought me onto the pyramid thing that you did with Said, right? So if you look at the flower of life pattern from the top, right, in perspective, this is a perspective view, right? Then you'll see that the square is in fact a square, right? Roughly from this altitude, right? So it looks square to square, and the points I don't have it quite scaled out to a point in time, but this would be a convergence point at the four corners, right? And then if I roll it into a planar perspective, in order to maintain the square perspective in a three-dimensional field, well, then you end up with a pyramid inside of a toroidal donut, right? So there's the pyramids of Egypt, right? I can see exactly why it would be done that way, right? And that this here now creates the equator. This is the perfect equatorial line, right? It's going to follow the equator all the way around, right? Perfectly.
Yeah.
Right?
You'll build it.
And there's the force going up through right around, you know, Antarctica, right? So there's the force field, right? So I would suspect if you, this is just, I haven't even looked into this. So this is just an educated guess. So if you scale the pyramid properly within a toroidal donut field and then follow the magnetic lines, you would find that like Pumapuku's built here, right? Egypt is built over here, and you'll probably find it. There are locations where it would line up, right? If you looked at one of these crosshairs and picked a point on a map from the right perspective, you'd say, okay, well, this is Pumapuku right around here, right? Or wherever it might be down in here, right? So I'm starting to see, like, as I research this, I'm starting to see the logic behind it, right? It's just fascinating, and it's absolutely brilliant, right? It's genius, really, in my opinion. It's someone, 3 or 4 months of research to try to figure out, even come close to replicating why it was done that way, right? Right, right. To think that through, like, a coincidence like this can't happen just out of pure randomness. Because I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything to force this to happen. Right? You saw me do it right in front of you. Right? I just scaled the pyramid to the toroidal field and then looked at it in a perspective view. Right? It's that simple. There's the cube. Right? There's the pyramid. There's the toroid. Right? And it's on a plane. The main plane, it stays within the center toroid, right? From tip to tip, equator line to equator line, or north, right?
Yes. Sorry, we've got Arwin in chat, right? And he's
weird.
He's offering to come and tear you a new toroidal hole, Chris.
A new toroidal hole, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
I don't think he's agreeing with a lot of what you're presenting at the moment, but or I'm not sure. I think he doesn't like the way you're trying to display 4D in a 3D model, basically. So, but yeah, anyway, I'd like to get on if space opens up at some point, I think.
Yeah, well, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way to display 4D in a 3D model. I mean, you got to step outside of it. I'm not a fifth dimensional being, so I'll never see the 4D in reality, right?
Yeah, no, this is the thing,
Yeah.
and it's
This is the best I'm going to get.
it's where the leap of faith comes in, and you've just got to try and visualize past the 3D of what you're trying to show.
Well, we'll just send Blender the bug report and tell him we want that 5th D.
Yeah.
That's all. Just send Blender the bug report.
Yeah, exactly. We want a fifth dimensional software. Yeah, exactly. They can do it in.
Yeah, I mean, we worked with this long enough. Now let's up in a dimension.
I'm the programmer.
You'll get. Yeah, I think we'll get that when we accept the transhuman agenda and we plug our brains through the matrix and have optical cornea implants and stuff. We can actually, that's fifth dimensional stuff right there, because you'll have to hear it within your own mind. and not actually be in the reality yourself in order to. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't find anything wrong with Chris's presentation. We're starting from not knowing anything, and so whatever we observe or try to find, it is valid. And so I wouldn't disagree with anybody. I certainly disagree with free energy on a few things, but that doesn't mean what he says isn't valid.
Yeah, in the model all I'm doing is taking the data that we have based on how survey works in GPS. I mean, if you do the research on the UGS 1984, the datum points to how survey is actually set to the gravitational point, right, which is fictional, right, and then apply that to a map, work your way out backwards, work your way out backwards. This is what you end up with, right?
It's great. That's awesome work. Very impressive.
Yep.
The only thing we have to keep in mind is we're still using their data.
This is it, right? It's the only data you'll ever have, right?
Right.
Unless you go out there, unless you go out there and measure it yourself and collect your own data everywhere, right, and then start putting that together.
So far with the distances, I figured everybody can actually record actual GPS distances between points, record that in a database, and actually see of those distances and the calculations I'm actually using in their way they use it, and see if it actually is the same distance we're actually measuring.
Yep. I thought of trying to do like what you might call you could call it a flat Earth app for cell phones or whatever, right? Just have all you do is be a member, and you could say, okay, I want to be a member of this research group, and it just allows access to the phone to map your coordinates, right? And it just maps them all relative to themselves, and you'll end up with a three-dimensional pinpoint map, like a right, of locations of all the phones in a cube, right? And by default, no matter where those people are, say if there's one person in England and someone in South America, those two lights will light up on the map. So you're not tracking who they are, right? You don't want any of that personal information. You just want a point of light in a 4D cube, right? Right.
Yeah,
and as
right up to the 7th actually.
Right, so you'll see all these people in a 4D cube, a black cube with all these points of light moving around, right? And wherever they are, if their cell phone is on, you'll see where they are in a 3D space, right? And that would actually tell you a physical map, right? An elevation map and a longitudinal map, right? And you just roll the cube around, and it's active data, right? It would be simple to do if you knew someone that could write an app for a cell phone that says Z coordinate on a GPS map, put a plot of light, a dot of light in this black environment, right? And just be like fireflies flying around, right? You'd see people flying through the air in airplanes, or driving in their cars, or right. All you're doing is watching people move around, right? Right. You don't need to know who they are or what they're doing. You just know. I think that'd be the coolest thing ever, and you'd end up seeing what is the actual extent of this reality based on every human that has a cell phone, right?
So I got a question you guys maybe could answer. We've proven that the UTM grid is correct. It's based on the same size squares. The measurements are correct. The distances are correct.
Yep.
It's on a flat transverse Mercator projection map. Okay, so what would you say to someone that says, well, those are just the polar coordinates transferred from a globe to a flat map? What would you explain to them that these coordinates would not work from a globe position? Or could you explain that to them?
Those coordinates are the coordinates to the UTM map in reverse that have been applied to a globe. It's a projection into a globe, right? The map is accurate and correct, and they wrap that and projected it into a globe. Right? They took the map, put it onto an eclipse, right? They just rotated it 23 point whatever degrees, made an elliptical, right, into a cylinder, right? You take the flat map, rotate it within a cylinder, draw the eclipse, and then wrap that on the ball, right? So the flat map is the real map. The ball is a fiction. That's how I would explain it. Yeah.
Okay. but the coordinates don't really see. They think they started with the globe, of course.
Yep.
But you would explain it that no, we started with the correct flat map.
That's
and
correct.
wrapped
Yeah.
it around the ball. Okay.
Correct. Yeah. That's why when you go to Google Earth and you take on, say, 45 degrees latitude, right, and you pick 45 degrees latitude on that line and try to do a 90-degree west or east perpendicular line to then and stay on that line of latitude and maintain 90 degrees, you'll end up in the equator, because you can't do it, because it has to be a flat map in order for the 90 degrees to work. So on the right on Google Earth, right, click 45 degrees and measure it and maintain a 90-degree heading, thinking you wanted to end up in England from, Alaska, right? You can't do it, right? So that proves right there that they've wrapped it onto the ball and it's completely out of whack, right? You can't do it. So the square map is the correct map.
All right. Good answer. Good answer. All right. Well, if you want, I've actually got to run, guys. That was what the phone call was for. We want to let somebody on take my place. Fascinating stuff. Chris, it's glad to meet you, Billy.
Pleasure. Yeah.
Good to talk to you. And Karen, God bless you.
Thank you for coming on.
And Cirrus, amazing work. Keep it up. I really appreciate all you're doing. And anybody else that I missed, we're going to get it figured out. And obviously, we're going to have to present it in a simpler way than what we're talking about today. I mean, we get blenders out and toroidal, spheres and all kinds of things. But once we understand the mechanics of it, we'll be able to present it. And better yet, I want to get some physical evidence of it.
Okay,
You'll
Mike,
come
thanks
back
for stopping.
All right. I appreciate everyone.
Yeah.
You'll come back on another hangout? Cool. I'll just message you.
Karen, you're on my Facebook. You can message me anytime you want, and I will try to be there.
Oh, thank you very much.
All right. You have a blessed day. Bye-bye, everyone.
Ciao, Mike.
Thanks a lot, Mike. Take care.
Bye, Mike.
Right. Okay. I think series added Arwin.
And Christian came back.
Christian's come back. Christian, are you there?
Yes.
I have something very important that I feel right now. In the $1 billion, I think we have everything there. We have the Magen David shape, we have the atom, and we have the pyramid. And the pyramid is the shape of the art.
Again, proof in plain sight. It's a thing we have every day in our hands and never actually see what it means, what the actual knowledge is behind the particular depictions.
What do you think about this series? It's right before our eyes, and yeah, incredible.
We take it for granted.
And
we can't see its actual meaning other than the so-called value of what we think we can buy for it.
yeah, and it's in $1 billion, not in $100 billion. In $1 billion, incredible.
Yeah.
Judith, you had a question for Christian.
No, I want to tell him the story about the Nikon P900 because it's so important. You know this camera, Christine?
Okay, yeah, the Nikon, yeah.
Yeah, Nikon P900. So okay. I was in the beach and people was around me, and I bring the moon so close, and the people around me say, "Wow, wow!" They were so surprised because they never see the moon so close. So now they can see if they see Hubble, or I don't know, somebody or something around the moon or in the moon, because you see the moon so close you can touch him. This camera bring you the reality to your eyes, and also the sun. You can see the sun in your eyes through the Nikon, and you can see the NASA sun. You see? Yeah.
Okay. High quality camera.
It's just that those cameras can only see for about 25 miles. Hi, Arwin. Arwin's joined us now. Hello. They can only see for about 25 miles, something like that. And Udit's got this great big moon in the middle of it.
Right.
I think what we've learned as a group, maybe we didn't realize it at the beginning, but they're kind of renderings, and those renderings are not very far away, and they're in your perspective. Like Billy's saying, Billy, what did you say yesterday? It's in over my head, it's over your head.
That's exactly right. And that's meaning that the sun and the moon and the stars cannot be portrayed in a three-dimensional sense as they give us in the heliocentric model of the universe. They know this very well. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. How can certain sunrises and sunsets during the equinox line up with the stone?
Yeah.
At Stonehenge,
Yeah.
or the Georgia Guidestones, or okay, there's certain things that line up in certain areas with people's suns. I posted a video called Solargraphy, showing that the sun's path across the Earth, when you film it over long exposures, you can see that it's straight. Yes, you do see the meridian rise in the sun, and if you do exposure over months' time, several months' time, you will see the amalima of the sun in what we're noticing. And if you notice the east-west solargraphy, it always shows the sun moving north and south from, well, actually, wherever you start at the time. So if you start in the summer months and you're up north, you'll actually see the sun's pattern descending south, but it's always going east to west in a straight line.
I wonder if there is an Analima video time lapse from exactly the equator itself. So, and then in east direction or in west direction, and that you can actually see what it does between north and south. If that is actually a side of angle in what it goes, and that angle actually is. More that kind of that we can actually take a three-dimensional circle video of it a whole year long or something.
Yeah.
No doubt they've done that, so they know exactly what it looks like.
Kind of on the whole circle, take a picture of the sun of that particular moment, and then next day until you have the whole year together, and you can actually have a three-dimensional view from the whole circle of the whole Analima.
Analima.
That would be the Analima.
Okay.
The Analima of the sun. And for the moon, actually the same.
Okay, that's something that I'm gonna have to search.
The moon, because of his crescents, what just changes all the time between full and new moon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what you'll end up with is. As far as trying to use the sun and moon and all the observations, right? That's the first problem. It's relative to the self, right? Depending on where you are taking your measurements, like Dave Marsh, and everybody, they take the shot, and you can see how it rotates around him individually, depending on where he is in his perspective, right? And then you have the Venus, looking north-south. If you track it long enough, it'll make this flower of life, looking on the north-south poles, right? They travel in. So if this was your perspective looking out, you'll see the sun doing this every day.
Yeah.
And then you'll see Venus making this pattern over a year or whatever, 3,000 days, right? It'll make that pattern. And part of that is simply refraction, right? Light coming in, right? Right. Light comes into the environment, and then it does this refractive pattern.
Of the Mandelbrot.
Right, of the Mandelbrot, yeah. So wherever the light appears to the observer, right, is not necessarily where the light actually is the origin. It's just where it's refracting and reflecting and appearing in the environment. It just appears there, right?
Right.
Right. It's just water. You know, this is just a ring with water refracting. So if you take two different light sources, so let's say the light was here yesterday, and then today the light is here, tomorrow the light is here, tomorrow the light is here. Well, where you see it will be at this point within this realm of your perspective, right? You're the observer on the ground looking out, and you see it at this. So if you had a camera that, say, at this distance from this pinpoint of your eyeball to this point where you could see the image was, say, 200 millimeter zoom, right? Well, that's where you're going to see it. If you zoom in, then you're going to see a bigger picture of it until you get to this infinity line when you just can't see nothing, right? But you'll be able to see a rendered image all the way up to the point of your perspective, your resolution. You can use the word resolution, right?
Okay.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah.
But you can't, you know, people can't say, oh, well, it's a flying ball in space and so forth. When you get this, they've repeated themselves for 40,000 years or whatever, however long we've been looking at it, right? It hasn't changed.
And this is on the screen at the minute is Venus.
That is the path of Venus, yeah.
Wow.
I think that one might actually be Venus because they got the symbols in it. So Venus, Mars, there's two there. They've done two by the looks of it, right? This would be the you in the center, right? Male, female be Mars and Venus. Probably those are Mars and Venus.
Yeah.
If I look up the symbols. This is just the same thing from a different perspective. This is where you would be. This is the sun, and this is Venus.
Yeah.
Right. So if you track Venus on the horizon and take a picture every day from the same point, don't move your camera, but take a picture every day, you'll see it make that pattern on some level, depending on where you're looking at it. Right?
Okay.
Right. So for me, that disproves the whole ball thing completely, right? Instantly. I mean, obviously, we don't need to convince ourselves of that, but it's another one that if someone asks you a question, you can say, okay, well, you explain to me how that happens, right? On a ball that's flying through space at 657,000 miles an hour, rotating around the sun at 67,000 miles an hour, spinning 1,000 miles an hour, you know, relative. And you explain to me how that pattern hasn't changed for 40,000 years.
Yeah.
Right. They can't disprove that. I mean, what more proof do you want, right? But they'll still argue. I guarantee it. You're going to get an argument. You'll get something. That's the fun part. I look at that as a challenge. That's the intellectual fun part, right? It's a challenge. Right?
Sense that you can actually see these patterns, how they go, but then through the fourth dimension as a loop, that you see the whole year pattern in that sense.
Right. So if you were P, I'll zoom in. That's a very small version of it. So if you're P, that's your perspective point, right? And the light is out here bouncing around in this refractive environment, and this is the perimeter of refraction, right? Which would be whether it's spherical, right? It's all coming to you in through little tiny balls of, you know, water, right? Right. Every atom is a refractory index unto itself, right? Every molecule of water refracts light exactly to its angle of, right? If you think about it that way, each molecule of water or gas, right, that can refract light is a sphere. So the angle of the light coming from any particular atom or molecule in the environment to your eyeball is going to follow one of these paths, right? Which causes everything to make this shape to you, and you see the object appear here at the convergence point always, right? If that makes sense. So if you rotated this, if you made this a three-dimensional object, put you at the center and rotated this around, you will see everything morph around you, right? Like a bubble of water flowing. It's always flowing no matter where you look. Right?
Yeah. You know, you know that word that you just used, convergence?
Convergence and divergence, yeah.
I had, well, I just want to share this because I had a healing from a local woman a few days ago, and she said at the end of this, she practices like Sekhem, which is like Egyptian Reiki.
Oh yeah, nice, yeah.
And at the end of the healing, she said, "Oh, I just got to share a word with you," and that word was convergence. So I was just like, "Oh,
there's your convergence. Yeah, convergence to you right there. Yeah, there you are. Yeah. So all energy, all the energy and all the space and all dimensions, eventually you receive it all at the same time from every point of your reality, right? Right. It's always coming to you.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
In your experience, yeah.
Yeah, Arwin, you've been quite quiet there.
Yeah, well, I don't have much to say about this, although I think what we're looking at right now, it reminded me immediately about how the sun is likely to be reflected within this dome type structure that's not physically present in our 3D dimension. Because I think that all the light sources are probably reflected in a dome-like structure.
Correct,
I
yeah.
only have my vision references of this, so I can't, of course, prove it. And that's what it reminded me of, but to say that that's like that everyone would receive that visually, I don't know, it didn't lie well with me. And I don't see the connection there. I just know that, or I figured out basically that the holographic skies are inside of a dome-like structure somehow that helps reflect it and position all the lights however they are arranged. I don't know, still don't know how that works, but it's likely inside of some type of dome structure. Although it's not a 3D dome structure that surrounds our Earth physically, but it is out there, well, in the 4th dimension or 5th dimension, if you will. And yeah, I don't know how to explain that, but it's optics, so.
There's a picture on the screen. I took the time, Arwin, to add to the model based on that type of perspective in the cube, the 4th dimensional cube, right? Just the cube.
It's all really fancy CGI, but
yeah. So it's just a way to visualize.
Really, like
yeah, it is. It's just a 3D representation of what you're trying to describe. Yeah. So the light hits the refractive index into the medium, creates that angle. And if you're on the plane,
not what I'm trying to describe at all. I don't see any relation to anything that I've seen.
Yeah.
Or
if that's
of the overdimension, really.
Well, Arwin, this is what Series has been doing, and Chris is he's been the work he's been doing for a long time with electromagnetics in it just matches up with Series' work, and now they realise that they are. I suppose Chris is more in the sky and Series is more on the land. But they've come together, and now Chris has been making some little what do you call them? 3D projections.
Yeah, they're based. Yeah, it's just 3D projections based on particle physics, right? And
particle
right?
physics.
This
Are you serious?
Yes.
Particle physics is complete.
This is a
yes.
Well, particles are particles, and they interact with each other based on charge density. I'm not saying quantum physics. I'm saying particle physics.
No, particle, like there's molecular physics and the particle physics, all the sciences that are based around that, it's complete BS. It's total fiction.
Well, if that's the perspective you would.
Cyclotron and all that stuff, it's all made up. You just get to see a bunch of scattering patterns, and they then reason out how there's logical consistency within it, and there isn't. There barely is any consistency they can find in it, and it's all fraud, basically.
Well, maybe I would suggest, well, just for yourself, then I would suggest maybe go down to your local college and grab a plasma welder and the plasma tungsten arc welder and put the helmet on and watch it for an hour. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you can see. Yeah, of course, you can do physical things with that.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Is when I refer to particle physics, I'm just talking about gases charged by electricity within a field, magnetic field. I'm not talking about cyclotrons and CERN and stuff.
Okay, because that is like the particle physics. like micro stuff.
Yeah.
That's all
So this
totally
here,
nonsense.
this image here, yeah, this image here is a tungsten electrode in a gas, right? That's all I'm basing it on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Chris?
keep on claying with all that stuff. Although I doubt it will lead somewhere really. That's just me.
Well, I think it is, because that's why we're here. Chris and Ceres have been talking loads, and this is what's happening, is we're making our, you know, they're doing their presentation, they're coming together. So it is happening, Arwin.
Yeah, I
Daniel,
noticed. I'm trying to
question.
follow it, but I can't make any sense of it.
Arwin,
It's
just a-
really nice. It's nice CGI. But
a
all the
question for you, Arwin.
explanations I've heard so far, it doesn't match up to anything really.
Just a question for you, Arwin, just for so I have a perspective on it, is what is the answer you're looking for? What reality are you looking for?
Well,
What do you expect
reality
to
that
find? Yeah.
makes sense, that we can actually, that's tangible, you know, that we can figure out.
So is it a reality
Not
that
in a
makes
theoretical sense?
right? Is
Because
it a reality?
we can let NASA does that kind of stuff. They
Yeah, so
base
is there-
everything on theoretics, on things that you cannot really measure or see, but you can figure out theoretically how that would work. That's
So the
very
reality-
interesting and all, but
Right.
doesn't prove anything.
Right. So the reality that you're looking for, do you expect it to be a reality that's relative to you personally, or relative by third-party agreement to you from somewhere else, or just
Now, things that you can measure out and figure out if they are real or not, and not just theoretical stuff that you can never figure out. You just have to trust the other person that knows more about it, because that's exactly what scientism, priesthood does.
Right. Well, I agree with that 100%. Yeah. Which is why I'm taking a different approach to it. Right. I'm not doing the scientism thing. Right? I'm just taking the dimensions of the map that Ceres provided and applying a magnetic field, boundary layer to that, and then going from there. Just to get the scale. It's just a scale, right?
Experimenting.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
sure.
a way to experiment with it.
It's nice, all those visuals and everything, but we're not really, it doesn't look to me like it's getting closer to anything tangible, to proving anything tangible about the holographic skies. It just adds more junk onto it, more visuals. It's really nice and
Chris has spent hours and hours doing that, Arwin. Chris has spent hours and hours doing that for the last week. Anyway, Daniel, did you have something to say?
I've spent 10 years.
Yeah, it's because
working out a game.
matter
Doesn't
is
make
in
it
movement.
real.
It's not fixated. You're trying to figure out something from the standing point that is already made and it's not changing. And matter is movement. But yeah, I wanted to ask Chris if you saw the video of Dan Dimensions about the noble gases and the light. Karen did a video as well about the daylight having another source, and understanding that the sun is actually exciting through magnetism these noble gases that are and creating the colors we see, the blue, the pink, the orange, etc. Did you see it?
That's correct. Yeah, I've seen that, and I've seen similar videos, and I would agree with that. Not just videos, but I read up on the physics on that as well, right? With PhD physicist Pierre Robitaille, right? It's the same idea that the energy comes from outside, and it excites the helium and hydrogen within the sun, and it creates like a fluid, right? The sun is a externally excited focal point of particle physics. It has a surface. So it's like a bubble like this here, right? If you envision that as the sun.
So trying to simulate what they assume the sun really is, like it's a physical object in a 3D world. So it's just purely theoretical, and they seem to be getting somewhere that something that looks like it doesn't mean that's actually what the sun is, really.
No, we're just making connection. It's not that serious in the sense we're playing. We're enjoying ourselves.
Yeah, I know, but
we're sharing and playing and theorizing and playing with the ideas, and of course we're not concluding anything. That's the base of any research. It's like you never get to any conclusion because you always keep on researching new levels.
I understand that.
That's
It's very good that you actually say that, But it would
In
be
a-
nice to actually say that without me having to interfere and not
Alright.
constantly say,
Alright.
oh, look at this pattern. It looks like that, so it must be that. And then just
Alright.
throw it out there because it's going to confuse a lot of people. It's
Yeah.
gonna
All right.
melting our brains.
You
It
can't,
is.
you can't demand a branch of a tree to be the whole tree.
No,
In a
but
sense-
I can demand that you get a little bit more tangible and more literal in what you're actually dealing with instead of
At least we're trying, Owen.
But
swinging
we're,
in all
we're
these
dealing with
assumptions and just throwing it out
we're
there like
dealing
it's
with
all
toroidal fields. Toroidal fields. That's it. Electromagnetism. That's what we are talking about. We're talking about toroidal fields and electromagnetism. It's not witchcraft.
No, I'm not talking about witchcraft, but it's all physics, and then you
Yeah.
put in the Earth
And-
map in
and of-
there, but it doesn't really have a place in there.
You're right. You're right in the sense that, of course, we're not going to nail it perfectly, and we are going to have errors in our assumptions. It's true, you know, but we are doing our best in sharing that sense, the different connections we are making, and each one is making its own idea. That's the magic part of it. Is like everyone here, we don't agree in 100% everything, you know, not at all. We have different points of views, and
How
we're
can you
just
work
sharing the
together
information.
if you don't even agree on the physical reality of things? How can you combine models if they don't even match up?
Sorry,
Do you agree with someone?
Yeah,
Who?
I agree with a person when he makes sense to me, and then I will agree upon that sense. And many people here make a lot of sense at time, and then sometimes they wander off into weird mind farts and all
Yeah,
kinds
but
of
we're
strange
talking, Owen.
ideas.
That's the whole point of the Hangouts, isn't it? Is we're talking. That is the whole point of this. We're discussing it. We are live researching. That's the point.
Doesn't feel like it's really accomplishing.
Come on.
I really want to know this stuff. I want to get out there and figure out what is this model, what is it really like, and how does the Earth relate to the holographic skies.
So when it is
So when you say
open,
holographic skies, Arwen, what exactly are you talking about? You're just saying that everything up there is a complete hologram and it's nothing but light refracting.
It's a hologram to us, and it is only light because
So
it's
the sun
not
is-
triangulatable. You can't.
Right. So you're saying
It
you're
doesn't
saying
have
that
a
the sun.
fixed position, so it is only light that we get to see, and we don't know what the source is. Because
Right, and
obviously there
you're
has to be a
saying-
source of some kind.
So you're saying the sun and the moon and Venus and Mars and everything within our realm is above our heads is nothing but light, right? Is
Yes,
that how-
that's exactly what I'm saying.
So how would the moon, for example, have a physical effect then on the ground and the seas and the oceans and
It
your body?
wouldn't.
And correct.
It doesn't. It's only an apparition. It doesn't have any physical effect, but it might be related with some kind of electromagnetic cycle that coincides with its position somehow. It might be like a wave of electrical energy that somehow passes over or through the Earth that coincides with these cycles somehow. But we don't understand the relation yet, although magnetics seem to be a very important factor in this. So there is definitely a relation between the positions of these stars and everything. This is what it explains astrology to some detail.
Correct.
Because astrology
Absolutely.
is a well-used thing throughout millennia.
Which
But
is what this
doesn't mean
is,
that
right?
people
That's the
know
reason.
why it actually works like that. That's all speculation. That's what I really want to figure out. Like, why do the positions of the planets and the moon and the stars and the time relate to these physical effects? It doesn't mean they're actually physical objects that are creating this. It just means the timing is related somehow, and the positions of these things may be in some kind of reflectionary way be related to the forces that are unleashed upon the Earth.
So that's probably where we would probably, fundamentally, you and I, as far as our perspectives, just perspectively speaking, right? Not personally, but perspectives would disagree in we'd have a contradiction, right? I can't model something physical that doesn't have a physical body to come from or be part of, right? I can't take the.
That's right. You can't.
I can't take a holographic
physical body. That's the whole issue.
Right. Right. It's either physical or it's not, right? Yeah.
But you could focus more on the refractionary aspects of light, because these lights are reflected probably within some type of extra dimensional dome structure.
Right.
Because
it
moves along with us. It
That's
always
correct, yeah.
appears as on the edge of a dome, at the edge of our vision, that type of thing. So this is all data that we can use in some type of model, although it would never be a physical, literal model.
Yeah, and you'll end up with the globe is what you'll end up with.
No, you won't end up with a globe. You'll end up with a half a dome on which things are reflected somehow. And it's always in relation to every position on the flat Earth. So it doesn't have any relation in a direct sense to what the shape of the Earth is, but it does have a relation to how these forces in the fourth dimension or fifth dimension, however you want to call it, how it actually functions, how it is reflecting all these light to us. How that actually works. And then you can, when you actually model that and really figure out how that works, then you can try to find a more tangible connection to the Earth's forces and how that works.
Well, the dome shape in the refractive index is basically just an large superfluid index of particles, right? It's just superfluid vapors and water. That's all it is.
Now that is an assumption, and but it's an assumption just based on nothing. You don't know what it is. You can only see the optical effects, so that is the only thing you can go on.
Yeah, so whole magnetism complete farce. I mean,
I don't know what does electromagnetism really have to do with how the light bodies function out there.
Electromagnetic fields bend light, period. Right?
Yeah.
It caused the focus.
And we each as individual are electromagnetic fields. So the light is converging to us. That's the different convergence point of perspective of each one.
If you have this raw data in how electromagnetism is bending light, then try to use that data, try to make an actual more tangible model to simulate how these lights are functioning then. How it is actually functioning.
That's what I'm doing here.
Yeah.
Through electromagnetism.
Yes, well, that's what I'm doing here, yes.
So that whole weird loopy thing, that is how the lights are bent through electromagnetism, because I don't see how that pattern typically would cause all the light bodies to function the way they do. Really doesn't match up to me.
Some things you have to go beyond.
Well, that's what I'm doing here. Like the dome here, you could call this the dome archway or whatever. This is the refractive index. The particle physics that I've applied to this field match exactly that of the atmospheric conditions. It's 0.05 atoms per square meter, right? Or 0.065 density, right? It has a density ratio exactly of that of the air, and as does this one in here. And when you shine a light of the same luminary gradient that we receive from the sun through that, it creates the shadow patterns and exactly what we see, right? And then that's the way it works. When I jump on the inside of the model on the ground here with the camera that it has a ratio of the same zoom ratio of the human eye, right, which is 17 millimeters, right, down at this level, and I look up at the sky at this object in the sky in this model.
Yeah.
I see a solar eclipse, right? So this is the particle distribution system, right? And
But
then,
that,
like,
like,
they
I
will
see the
get,
model right there of
starting,
the of Ceres map basically of the Earth, and I don't see how that looks anything like that really.
It's a personal perceptive bubble in what he's making.
Yeah, well, if it is, then make it from a first-person view, because that's the only thing that can actually prove that it's correct. Because now it's all just a bunch of visuals. It doesn't make any sense to me like this. Prove that it's actually correct.
Ceres wants to say something. Ceres, go on, Ceres.
I'm working on the square. He's working on the circle. You expect from him to work on the circle or on the square? Well, I'm working on the square and he's working on the circle. And you will want to have from him a square explanation for the actual bubble from perception, what is actually completely the circle principles. All in the toroidal fields. That's a whole other perspective than he is working on. I'm working on the actual construct of the dimensions. And he's working on the perception point.
And you're doing a great job so far. I'm still very interested in that thing. But this so-called electromagnetic system that is going to construct the light heavens that we know, there should be very easy as a central person, a central view there to actually view what the result of this construct is, to see if it's anything like what's actually out there. Just visual proof that it's actually measuring up to the real thing.
Well,
because now we just get to see the whole wobbly thing from the outside. It doesn't look
so that I can actually understand his island, so that I can actually make a way to my island, so that I can actually implement his principles of what he is understanding of the whole electromagnetic world, what is there, scientifically proven. You can do it yourself with all the experiments, etc., etc. There's a whole world out of there about that, and he's just doing these particular things. And what I try to understand is what he is doing there, so that I can actually implement it into my principles, so that it actually fits. Because
how
I need
do you
something.
even know it's actually going to result into something? Because I haven't seen any visual thing coming from him that actually lines up with how the reality of it looks. And that's the point you have to start with. You have to start with an actual visual of how it really looks like. And then you can work your way back.
I mean, I need to do all the work here, and I'm trying to do the work, and I'm getting some kind of weird thing here for you're not doing it right.
No, I'm not
but
criticizing you.
How you have to do it, or you don't show a way of by doing it.
And then you have to remember, Arwin, that what you do is you argue everything, and then afterwards you think about it and you go, oh yeah, I see it now. Oh yeah, I understand it now.
The only thing I'm trying to do is to lay a bridge to another island so I can understand the island. That's the first thing to do. I don't have an opinion about it. I'm trying to understand it, his view, to actually widen my view, because I'm binding everyone's view together, and nobody will understand it, because you need everybody. I bind it together to understand it. That's my view. That's how I function. I can't bring it over.
I can bind everything together, but I'd like to just bind the things that I'm certain that are real. And the Google map that you showed me is definite evidence that it's physically real, because it matches up with all the things that we've seen in the real world. A lot of triangulation data there.
That's what I'm working as well on, and that's the whole flower of life principle, what is in there as well.
Yeah, that's very interesting as well. But
toroidal stuff. That's all that sacred geometry. What's in there?
All I'm saying is that if Chris here is really working on an electromagnetical concept in how the visual star heavens would actually be visual, then we would have to have some direct proof that it's matching, that is actually real, not just a theoretical thing.
I think you're trying to ask flatlanders to explain the 3D, if you get me. Yeah, it's like you want to explain the flower life from a single circle point of view, and it can't be done, and that's the point. It all needs to be there together. If you get me. It seems like you're asking.
I get the feeling that this is going in a dead end here.
Outside the first circle, you can't draw the flower of life.
Yeah.
But that's another. That's trying to tie it in again. What I'm saying is, there's no proof that the whole magnetic concept
out of it.
There's no proof that Chris here is really onto something with how electromagnetics bend light and then actually cause this star heaven.
Well, what's Ken Wheeler? See how he explains it. He has a lot of material about the bending of light and magnetism.
Yeah, I know, but it's cool. If he's actually working on a model, then why can't he just show it from a first-person view, using his schematics, using his concept, and then show that it actually looks like the real thing? Because now we only get to see everything from the outside. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's just science fiction.
Another question: do you actually understand Ken Wheeler? Do you understand what he is talking about?
Who exactly?
Ken Wheeler, the tattoo bolt guy.
I'm not familiar with the person you are referring to.
That's where I'm referring to. That's another one who is actually explaining the whole electromagnetics principles and why magnetism is kind of a shadow, same as gravity. It's just a shadow of 4 other forces, 2 working together for the magnetism, 2 working together for the mass. The mass and the magnetism are just the shadows. The actual forces of 4 other things. I just can't name them. There's 2.
Okay. Well, that sounds like an interesting concept. Never heard of that before. Sounds interesting, theoretically at least.
But where Chris is working with.
Maybe it's a good idea, Arwin, if you go and look up Ken Wheeler then, and go and look up some of his stuff, and then come back and say that, I've actually see it differently now.
Yeah, I've got to say, a lot of people in chat are asking us to get back on subject, to be honest. That they were liking what Series and Chris were talking about.
Sorry?
So, yeah, chat are just saying that they were liking what Chris and Series were talking about, and that they'd prefer if we got back on subject. Just a message on chat, like I say, as I am representative for chat.
Okay, can you link me up with this guy that you were just talking about?
You just go to YouTube and look up Ken Wheeler.
Yeah.
He does his own live feeds. He does loads of videos.
I'll put a link in chat in a sec.
Thanks, Dee. Okay, then. Back to the subject was Chris talking about his model. So do you want to carry on then, Chris? The chat room want to hear more about what you've got to say.
Just a second. I'm just letting it render here again. So
anyway, I think it's amazing. And I think it's amazing that you showed us how the pizza mat was made. For that, Chris.
I'd like to say to Arvin, please, something. Arvin, it's okay? You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, good, good. What is make the flower of life? It's we together, you see? When we are together, so we share this information, and this is how we get the answer when we are together. Yeah.
Okay, that's a very prestigious attempt to figure out reality, but unless you're going to result in something that actually matches up with everything that we get to see, you're not entirely certain that it's going to actually work out the way that's productive, that you're going to actually get the right path.
Yes,
I'm just saying.
Yes, good. Ask the question.
I'm trying to be critical here because I get the feeling that it's going to swim in all directions, and it's gonna end up with giant pile of
Oh,
science fiction here.
we need a patient, yes, and attention.
You mean patience?
We need to be patient
Ah, okay.
and attention. Attention. Yes.
Thank you for that, Judith. Anyway, Chris is going to carry on showing what he's doing.
I can't find the YouTube channel, by the way. Can somebody just directly link me
He
through?
put it in the chat room for you.
Yeah, it's in the YouTube chat. I can't. I'm not even going to try and pronounce the name of the channel, but it's a weird pronunciation.
Thanks, Eternal Panorama.
I can't get it out of my mouth in a way that I can't. This way, I can't remember it as well.
Theoria Apophasis is his name.
Yeah. Theoria.
Theoria Apophasis.
Chris, do you want to carry on then?
Yeah, so this is a screenshot, or this is I brought up the window here to share the application again. And this is a camera view from basically the center of the model sitting on top of the flat plane of Ceres map, looking at the horizon through the particle physics field of the air density to give you a horizon and a blue sky, basically. So this is from the inside looking out. And the sun would be up in the upper here, you know, going northwest or east-west, right? And it gets darker on this other side. So then what I'll do is, once it's done rendering here a bit, it just takes a long, to give a first-person perspective from the inside looking out. There's you know, billions of particles in here, so it takes it 20 minutes to make a single image. That's why I show a screenshot from particular vantage points, just to explain it to people. But from the inside looking out, by the time it's done doing the billions of calculations for the refraction of each individual particle, it'll take probably 20 minutes to make an image here. So this is basically just from the inside looking out across the horizon from any place on the map, on the square map. And then what I have to do to make it render a different image.
I would really just spend a week trying to render that picture.
Yep.
Because that's ridiculous time. That's like 90s level speed.
Well, this is 2017 top of the line software.
Yeah, I know,
right?
but I remember like doing
do
ray tracing pictures in the 90s, and it also took me like hours to make a single picture, and that was just basic ray tracing.
Right. So it's not that it can't be done, Arvin. It's just it takes so long, right, to do.
That's fine, but I would really like to see an actual picture that really looks like the real thing before
Right, so-
I would even start
Right,
to
so this
assume that
is-
you're actually on the right track here.
So this
That's
is
just my thing.
I'm going to try and answer your question here right now. If I go to the camera
I wonder if you
and I set it to a 200.
also, a toroidal field to the sun or the moon object itself. That would be handy to actually see how that works when you put it at the edge of the Earth, where it's kind of floating on them.
Yeah. Well, this is just to show you how it's actually working in a three-dimensional sense here. So what we have is I have to zoom out in order to get my bearings here again. So the map is in the center, right where we have it on the plane, and we're looking up at the moon object, which is right there. And we got the camera at dead center, which is down at a 200 lens. So this is simulating a telescope looking up at the moon, right?
What are the yellow?
Now to save render time, this is the shot.
Okay, well, anyway,
The yellow
sorry
lines is
for
the
being
camera,
such a
right?
hard ass, but I'd love to get back when I actually
that's
get
fine, I'm
this
gonna-
visual proof, because until that time it's all just a bunch of models. It doesn't
So
really prove
what I'm
to
going
me
to do
that
here,
you're actually on the right pattern here. Although,
check it. Well, before you go here, let me finish my explanation to your question.
All right.
I'm going to stop sharing here if I can. Share the application. So you've seen the shot, right? We're on the ground looking up with a 200mm zoom lens looking through the air. And I'm going to rotate, I rotate the sun around so that it's now angled from below to simulate the nighttime. So I'm getting rid of the blue sky particle field that I'm trying to get up, right? And this is the shot that it renders. So there's the moon at half moonrise at the equator, right? So the model, when you render it, the model simulates reality. That's all I'm saying, right? But it just takes time to render the image. So this is not a photograph. This is from the model looking out at a night sky.
Really?
Right? Yes.
Okay.
So that's why I say I just have to set, you know, it depends on where you set the sun, set the moon. You just got to rotate it in the toroid at the proper clock, right? Put the moon at a proper angle to the horizon. Rotate the sun around coming from China, pointing backwards at the moon, and this is the image at the equator. And if I rotate it 360 degrees, you'll get, you know, perspective refraction, right? It'll do, I can simulate, there's not a position of the moon that I can't simulate. And there's not an elliptical shadow that I can't simulate in this model, right? It just takes time. So this is from the inside looking out, just to let you know. That's not a photograph. So
okay,
that's as far as I can take it right now.
Well, it does seem moon-like at least.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Though it's not really the moon that we know, but
No, it's just it's a spherical object wrapped with a texture map of the moon, right? And I just rotated it to simulate what it looks like. And shine. Then the light is the sunlight, simulated sunlight. Right?
wow, this is fast. You should get a bigger computer, man.
Well, I know it just takes right. I'm running you know a 2016 Apple laptop, right? And it's the fastest one I can get right now. So. But I do have Steve Torrance. Steve Torrance is going to take. I brought him on board. He's going to try and do some animations from the camera perspectives to try to make to show people like a video, right, of this actually in motion, right, to show how it works, right.
Oh, that would be great. But
right.
This does give me at least something to go on. It's fascinating to say the least. Although I feel like the edges of the moon, as it were, it does seem kind of off in relation to what we really see when we look at the moon with a close-up. So, but it's close enough to at least be very interesting. So I get that now. Thank you.
That's a bit more better than what you were saying earlier on, Arwin. Anyway, Dee was saying that someone in the chat room wanted to come on. We have one more space.
Yeah, Rob Dizzle wants to come on if possible. I'm trying to get.
I need an email, or
No.
I need some.
Well, I'm trying to get that now, but he is in chat. I don't know if you can get to him through that way, Karen. He's in the YouTube chat.
Okay, thank you,
If
Dee.
not, like I say, I'm trying to get his email at the moment. So.
Message to Rob. Is there any way you can put your email in the chat?
Or may I make a suggestion?
Everybody stay calm.
I can make a suggestion. Have Rob send his email to your About page on your YouTube channel. That way it can kept private, and you can message him back through the private messaging of YouTube, right to his phone or whatever he's on. So
Thank you very much there, Billy.
you're welcome.
I did put my email out there in chat, so I mean.
Okay, then it might go to you.
Okay.
Thank you, Billy. Though. That's a good idea to think of that one.
No problem.
I'm not sure what's happening now. The chat room seems to have stopped for a moment.
Well, for example, there was the anti-chimera mechanism, which is the oldest analog computer system that accurately determined retrograde motion of the so-called planets, wandering stars, sun and moon, and it determined eclipses right down precisely, but it was position oriented. So for example, if that anti-chimera mechanism was set for a city in Greece, and where an eclipse happened every 17 years in that particular location, if you use that set of coordinates on the anti-chimera mechanism for a position in the United Kingdom or the United States, it would not determine the eclipse properly. You would have to set it for your exact location. Wherever you are, the mechanism would have to be in sync to where
Right.
your observational position is, due to the toroidal fields, everyone's own personal perspective. Okay, this is why solar and lunar eclipses are localized and not a worldwide event. Okay, so for example, we have a big eclipse happening in August in the United States. This eclipse will not be visible in the United Kingdom or other parts of South America. It would only be visible, partially visible, in North America, in the United States. So it's definitely due to perspective. We can see that the space, whether they're literal tangible objects in another dimension or just lights in the sky, that's yet to be determined, but they're on a cyclic, repetitive, looping pattern year after year, century after century. And this is why they can precisely determine solar and lunar eclipses, because they have the algorithms due to the square grid system that's used in astrology, okay, mapping the stars. They don't use a circular map. They use a square grid system on where stars will be at certain points in whatever location they're at throughout the year. And so whether it's a square, rectangular, looping star pattern, or whether it's a circle, looping star pattern, the heavens above us are continually looping in a precise pattern that can be figured out mathematically of where these stars will be in certain positions on our Earth, time after time, century after century. So I don't believe in the circle. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, so just to kind of reiterate, and it'll kind of tie all of that together, right? Too, is to I have a screenshot up here just to show people exactly what's going on within the model, right? From the inside out, looking out, and how I'm simulating the shots. So the square rectangle is the plane, right? And the camera is positioned at that point, just above the plane, looking up at the little glowing yellow object, which is the moon, right? And it's rotating around in the toroidal pattern, right? And this would be an outer pattern, which would be more where the inner celestial bodies, Venus and Sun, would be, right? And then when I render the image, depending on where I rotate the sun, right? When I rotate the sun around in this toroid, right? Depending on where the sun position is relative to the moon, which can be anywhere in here, there's one image that replicates perhaps like a new moon during noon hour looking east from Norway, right? Depending on where I put the camera on the map and the sun in the sky, right? Here's a daytime image looking east. This one I put the camera at my position and then put the moon at high noon, or roughly high noon, and the sun was rotating above. So it's a noonday moon. From the inside looking out, a couple of renderings of that. They do take a long time to render, right? So that's the problem with the model. And then what I did was do the same thing, because we have the solar eclipse coming up if I can find that picture. So I took the camera and I put it down roughly in North Carolina on the map, pointed it at the moon, and then brought the sun up roughly about high noon, approximately, gave it the same angles of elevation where the sun should appear in the sky at the time of the solar eclipse. On August 21st at 12:30 in the afternoon or whatever it was, I put in the dates, rotated it properly, and it renders that image. The shadow falls precisely on the map where it should. So that's all I know, right? It can be replicated in this model without fail. So anything you want to see from the ground looking up, you can see in the sky.
I haven't seen
Including-
any pictures so far with stars in them of these first-person views, only the moon. Have you managed to actually render pictures where you get to see
I haven't
the
rendered
star
a picture.
constellations?
I haven't rendered a picture, but it's in there. I can do it. Yeah.
That would be very helpful, because if you would get those constellations, yeah, but this is only like a side view thing. But
yeah,
if you would
Yeah,
actually
I've
get
done
an
the side
inside
view,
view
yeah.
with the actual star constellations, that would be a huge step.
Yeah.
That would actually match up.
Yeah, and I think if you position the North Pole star with the north axis and then rotate the sky, I'll take a few shots of that too. So I have to set the sun set the sun's low and then make it dark at night, and then yeah. So far, I don't see any issues why that wouldn't be a easy thing to do. Well, not easy. It just takes about, like I said, 2 days to render a decent image, right? But, yeah. So that's like there's the model. Just to set. That's the setup. The map is there. The camera's looking up, and then you just rotate the sky, right? So if when I put the entire Milky Way, the whole universe around it and rotate it, you're going to see exactly what you would, right? Yeah. So yeah, I'll take some time, render those images for you too, and then you'll see what it looks like from the inside out, looking at Orion or whatever, if I can find it on the map, right? You just spin it and look at it, right?
So far, I figure we need more toroidal fields.
Wait.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to figure something out still. Sorry for being such a pain in the ass. I really want to get this, and then it's giving me a headache. But how? This is like the magnetic, that pattern that you just showed. That's basically the rough contours of the magnetic field, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yes. So everything that you get to see is basically a reflection of some kind of or magnetic bending of the picture of the Earth. Basically, that's at the center of it, correct?
But you're on the plane, right? Your perspective is in that plane. Yeah, that's your plane.
Yeah, but
perspective.
is that actually, it's a pure reflection or refraction of that visual of the plane itself? Because if you just put around a globe around it that has all the star outlines and everything, yeah, then wouldn't surprise me one bit if you eventually get to see something that matches up with that. It's very easy to get the star map and just.
Oh, well, I see. Yeah, no, I see what you mean. But that's the only way to render it in computer software. I mean, the only other way I could do it would be to have to try to have a collision of particles in free space within a magnetic field to create a light, right, within the computer. And there's.
Yeah, but if you're gonna stick a black globe with the whole star systems and everything just around this flat plane, and then use the magnetic field system in between to basically bend it around it, that doesn't really prove that the magnetics is causing all of that. It's just putting some field distortion in between, basically.
That's all magnetism does, is distort light, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't really explain what these what are causing these lights. I thought that the whole moon reflection was basically a magnetic reflection of the Earth.
It's only a small band out of the complete electromagnetic spectrum.
Yeah. Well, the moon is a physical object. It's a physical, metallic physical object that's interfering with the magnetic field. It's floating in the magnetic field. the sun would be a collection of particles that are based on gas, and it's glowing as a gas, but it's still a physical object within a magnetic field. So.
Yeah.
I just want to say that Rob has joined us on the Hangout now. Hello, Rob.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Dizzle-Lizzle.
Hey, what's crack-lacking, my brother?
Yeah.
Not much, me.
Oh, really enjoying what you guys are doing here, man. Really, I just found it. I don't know why I just found it, but it's been an excellent presentation so far. And I'm still I'm packing up my job right now, so I'm still on the job, so I can't really come on for too long. But I wanted to kind of, because I feel what Arlen was saying. I'm trying to look at what he's saying, and I'm like, I'm trying to like figure it all out, but only from like 30 minutes of listening to him talk. So
no, I've been following
that's not
this since the start, and basically hang in there, and it just doesn't work for me. And now even he just says that he's basing everything on this magnetic pattern with physical objects out there, so it's the whole thing over again. It's
okay. Well, check it out. The problem I think is like
revamping of a heliocentric model.
No, it's actually not. It's actually not, Arlen. First, what they were saying about this guy Ken Wheeler, that is extremely important. If you go listen, I have a playlist. And if you go to my channel, just go to one. It's called.
I'm gonna watch
Ken's, listen to how he explains the toroidal field. Listen to how he explains the perturbations, and listen to how he's he will not come out as a flat earther, but he basically has explained the entire thing and how the system works to his listeners. I know he is, but he won't say it, and he won't even address the subject because of the repercussions and because he's in other fields too, and he'll lose all anyway. That's a whole other thing. But the point is, what he's describing is what surrounds us. It's what surrounds everything, Arwen. So if we're looking at the Earth as an organic, an alive, something that's alive, and it's alive. So it also has to have this same toroidal magnetic field around it, but it's of the Earth, so it's massive and it's incredibly strong. And so what he's getting at is trying to figure out, how all that works in reference to our plane, which would be emitting the accretion disk that would be emitted at the center of the toroid. You would have it's like a hyper shape at the center. I had a brain fart for a second, but this is the same shape that cosmology and other ones about Mount Meru, how it's like an upside down cone shape. Well, it's the same shape as the toroid. So there's a lot of other things that agree with what he's saying, not just, a heliocentric model, which also has the same, field around it if you look at their models and everything. So what we're looking at is that they have to put this field there. You see, they can't say it's not, they have to add it in, but it doesn't work with their spherical spinning Earth model, but they can't say it's not there, so it has to be there.
No, but that's not why I'm saying it's heliocentric. What I'm saying is that Chris here keeps saying that the moon and the sun are all physical objects out there, and that's one step too far.
Sure that they are not.
Well,
that's what I wonder. How are you so sure that they can't be a physical object?
How can you argue with him that they're not? And it's basically what I came on for was it was just the way that you're coming about. I know you mean the best of things, and I know you want to see it tangible. So that's what I was going to explain. I think what Arwen is saying is he wants what he would like to see, with this whole model that you've been describing, is for you to maybe like zoom in on a place where we would be positioned on the plane, an actual position of someone looking out at your model, and so that he can match it with reality, because he's not seeing a correlation with what you're showing and then reality. Like you can say, well, this point of toroid would be here, and this point's here, and this is this star, and this is that star, and this is how it works. You know, so I think that's kind of what he was getting at, not just saying that he wasn't saying that, oh, your model doesn't work and it's just not right. And I think what he would like to just see it in a realistic, you know, setting, because to him what it is it's the same thing as what we get from all the other scientists, is just models and drawings and pictures and stuff like that. And so I get what he's saying.
Yes.
You know, I understand why. It's just the way he comes off. Arwen's a little abrasive, I think.
Yeah, so the Sun and Moon group began with actually recording the sun and the moon through the photographs, through the positions, through the directions, the angles where we see it, actually recording everything. And we put this all in a database, and eventually we will animate it on the actual map and correlate that with the actual recording of the photograph.
Okay.
How it actually works out as the actual proof, how they either have destroyed it in a particular view, or actually how it does work in the reality.
Okay.
I have to say, Arwen, that the chat group were a bit miffed with you today. The chat room was talking and saying they're a bit miffed about the way that you were doing this tonight. So maybe sometimes just think about things a little bit, because once you go and look up Ken Wheeler, you're going to come back and you're going to say something different.
Not too sure about that, but I will look into it.
Bro, listen, this guy is taking pictures of the field. He's taking pictures of it. Oh, you got to check him out, Arwen. I'm telling you, it'll open up. I was so surprised you hadn't already. Check him out, man. Theory of hypothesis, dude. He goes into explaining. Right, listen. He's the first person that's ever explained what a field is. You know, Maxwellian field equations and whatnot. You have all that, but they only describe a field over a certain amount of time over a certain vector. You know, and
well, that's exactly it, right? And in the model here, that's exact. I've taken the same toroid, the hypercolloid toroid, the hypertoroid, right? And I've applied everything to that model, right? And that's what's in this model to scale. That's all I'm saying as far as where it's coming from, right? It's
okay. Interesting, but still, if you think that moon and sun are all physical objects, then I would like to see their trajectory over the physical Earth within this model, because
I just showed you that
somewhere.
I just showed you that.
You said no, I haven't seen them.
He didn't saw it.
I didn't see anything. I'm just seeing this field and the calculation. But if they're actual physical objects that are which visuals are being bent, then they have to be in a literal position, because physical means literal. So they have to be in a literal position somewhere then.
You have high expectation, high standards, Arwen, in the sense that we are working for it, and it's a lot of work, you know, it's a lot of work. So we're getting there, you know, like I know you want to get to the finish line, you know.
Calculations. So
it's like we're in the middle of the race, and you're saying I want just to get to the finish line. And once I'm there, I'm gonna value the race, you know. Anyway, we're getting there.
Thank you, Daniel. Anyway, Arwen, the whole point about this is live research. It's real people coming together with their ideas, their proofs, and it's coming together on a live hangout to show everybody.
I know.
Did you want to say something?
Oh, it's like a think tank. You know, it's like doing the live, like you said. You have different people that have been exploring these different aspects of this reality that we find ourselves in, and they seem to be matching up. A couple different people, their research is matching together, and they're trying to now see if they can fit it together to describe our actual. And sometimes it's easier to have these things with a whole panel of people, and then you're also documenting your proof or your evidence or whatever you're doing, so that you can go back over it at the same time. So to me, that's what I see this as. Arwen, I don't think they're sitting here trying to present, you know, the model. Oh, this is the new model. You know, I think this is more of a, you know, like a brainstorming, like a, you know.
Yeah,
like
and
a building
it's,
session.
and it's the people that are doing it. Thank you, Rob. It's the people that are doing this. You know, no one else is doing this. I mean, look at NASA and all that money. They should be teaching us the stuff that we're going through now.
I doubt they'd ever go into an attempt like that. Besides, NASA is not there to
And of course
actually.
they wouldn't, because then they'd have to tell us that they were lying about
You
everything.
really doubt is yourself. That's the only thing you really doubt.
I'm just saying that if Chris here is already rendering reality-based models and he is persistent that there's physical moons and suns, or a moon and a sun out there to actually refract and cause all these patterns that can be rendered, then that means he's going by a model that has a physical position of these things. And I would like to actually see how, without getting back to
He's only been doing
visual
it for a
rendering and
week,
everything,
Owen.
just the model of the
Owen,
position.
he's only been doing this for a week. He's been only doing these models for a week. Outs for a few days. You've missed this. This only started a few days ago.
Yeah, I really thought if I just explained.
I'm just saying, if he's already doing renderings, then he's going by specific positions of these physical moon and sun. And I want to see where they are over the flat plane, according to him, without all the rendering and everything, and what the actual visual would be like, just the literal, just knowing the literal position of these objects. I want to see where they are.
You're asking, what you're saying is you want a flat Earth map, look from a top-down view with a sun on it. That's a yellow dot, so you can say, hey, the sun is right here. That's what you're talking about, according to
Yeah,
his
and
model.
the moon. If he says they are physical objects that he's using in these renderings, then I want to see what their literal position that he's so persistent about that they have. Because he's already using them in his model, in his rendering. So he must already have a position for them that he's going by. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anything.
So far, we begin with random things. I mean,
I thought
you have-
he's already
you have-
rendering based
Oh,
on the actual model thing. That's
That's
what we were talking about.
Oh, we've just
Then
said
you're
Sorry?
we're not playing a game here to make everybody believe something that's not happening.
No, I'm
This
just
is
asking.
Researching. Chris has only been like, Chris was going this way, Series was going that way. They realise they've got an awful lot in common, and Chris is starting to put it together.
So here's just to try to answer that question. So we're researching live here. So what we have, if you can see the screen, is the orange square on the bottom is series map centered in the field of reference. The camera represents the camera, which is centered at the equator on the XY axis. This is the moon, and this is the sun, right? And then you take the moon. You can take the moon for an example. I'm going to do it in wireframe just because it's quicker to live update, right? But if you take the moon and you rotate it on the y-axis, you rotate it anywhere in this toroidal field, like a little atom going around an atom nucleus, right? It's just a magnetic field. And the sun, convergence point of the sun is here, and you just rotate that anywhere relative to the moon. The two objects rotate around in two toroidal fields, right? So the sun angle casts a shadow on the physical object. You look from the ground up at the moon, and you render the image that I showed you before, right? It looks like the moon during the daytime, right?
All right.
That's
Now
that's
I'm
how it
getting a
physically,
closer clue
Right.
of
right?
the model that
So when
you're
you zoom
going
out,
by.
right? So when you zoom out on it, look at it sideways. Then the double toroid field, the pressure wave within the magnetic field creates what we would perceive here as a pressure field, dome type of physical reality that we're looking through. But we're in here where the egg is. So this would represent just our perspective, right? It's still a square field, right, type of deal. It's a fourth dimensional reality, but it's a sphere, a dome within a dome, toroid within a toroid, right? That's the way. And this is a particle wave field, right? This is what Ken Wheeler talks about, right? And this is you can prove this in a laboratory with a sonic wave, right? You take two sounds in water, and this is the field that will be produced. Sound bouncing off sound to create a toroid, right? Which is exactly how a dolphin sees. Like we went through that earlier, right? Dolphin does the same thing, right? It's sound and light magnetism. That's all.
Okay, this is interesting. Can I then ask you,
Right.
if you're actually saying that the sun and the moon as physical objects are outside of the plane Earth, which you clearly are stating here, then are you saying that they are physically extra dimensional?
Will
Because
they be
if
outside of our dimensional? Technically, if you want to look at it that way, yeah.
okay, so they are not literally 3D physical. They're extra dimensionally physical objects, because then we're actually getting somewhere that would actually start to correlate with my concept, with what I've been saying, that
Oh, well,
they are
yeah,
in the
if
over
I
dimension,
make-
they are physical objects, but they're just not physical in the 3D because they're outside. They're outside. And
So far, I figure they are the centers of a toroidal field themselves. We see only the core light.
yeah, but in this model, he clearly shows him outside of the square. So he's not within this looping realm. These are physically not within the 3D realm.
It's just a fourth dimensional square straight actually folded up into the bubble where you are in the center. That's all you see. That is the circle you see. It's what your own perception is within the whole construct of the realm.
Yes. All I'm stating is that these physical sun and moon that Chris was talking about are not physical in the sense that I know physical, that I can actually grab and touch, because they're not in the 3D realm. They're physical objects within the over dimension. And that makes a lot more sense to me, because that matches up with all the things that I've seen. And
You really want to go to the moon or to touch it? I mean,
well, the way that he was talking about it, he definitely gave an impression that was some kind of a possibility. And well, this makes that a lot harder, of course, because if they're not in the 3D realm, then we're never going to be able to touch them or anything like that.
What is it? What is
I'll try to go from the ground up. So this is series map, right? This is the square map that we're using, and it's to scale, right? This would be the air toroid pressure wave of the magnetic field that creates the atmospheric pressure. Pressure, or the field creates the pressure that we feel at 15 pounds per inch, right?
Your sound is
The
breaking up.
magnetic field contains that.
Breaking up.
Just breaking up a little bit, Chris.
Yeah, you're probably rendering.
I'm sorry.
He's probably looping.
I'll try not to do my frame. Yeah.
It's just-
Maybe I'm looping in the fourth dimension.
Okay.
Yeah,
At
looping
least-
in the fourth dimension.
I already solved a huge obstacle
Anyway,
here,
Arwin,
so-
Arwin, Chris was trying to say something. This is, I don't mean to be horrible, Arwin. This is our hangout. Chris, what were you trying to say? Chris?
Just a second here. I'll go back to the. Am I still breaking?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you thought about leaving and just coming back, Chris? Because that sometimes sorts it out.
Yeah, or stop sharing and resharing. I don't know.
Yeah, try that. Do we still have
Rob?
Rob? Is Rob still there?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still checking it out.
Yeah.
Cleaning up my job.
Yeah. So this is why I tried to just use pictures and screenshots, because this is what happens when I try to take you inside the model to show you how it works. But the field, am I still breaking up?
No, you're
No, you're okay now.
Okay, so this is right. So let's go back to the start. There's the camera on the plane. This is the map, series of map, and the square map that we're using, right? And then this is the toroidal. This is the magnetic pressure field created by because the magnetic field creates the pressure of atmospheric pressure that we feel as body pressure, gravity force, all that's in that field. Containment. This is the outer magnetic field within which the moon, whatever it is, if you want to call it a fourth dimensional non-real object, but whatever it is, it rotates in this field over the equatorial plane, right? And the sun does the same thing in this field, and it's all just part of the outer. So it's field upon field upon field in this toroidal setup, right?
Yep.
And that's all it is, right? So wherever you position the sun within its respective orbital field, that's how you would perceive it in the sky relative to this. This would be the equatorial plane, right? So the sun travels from 23 degrees, Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn, right? It remains in this plane of reference. It just lines up with the forces, right? And the further out you go, then the bigger the path becomes, right? So Jupiter, whatever those objects are, they each have a representative toroidal field that just keeps expanding.
Circle.
Right? Bigger and bigger, right? And we perceive them as a wider path when we look at them, So in essence, escape, duplicate that scale. So the universal field would just be overlaid, relative to our field, or the galactic field is bigger, right? So each object, so if I was to make the celestial stars appear, well, I would put them in this, first I would go to the galactic scale and then to the universal scale, and just place the stars in that, from that frame of reference, and look at them from the inside out, right? Each point basically would be where a potential star could appear, right? Anywhere in here. And you just take it and rotate it on the, I guess it would be a z-axis, rotate z. Right axis going here. Do it from the top. You rotate it on a y-axis. Well, when you rotate it on a y-axis, well, then that's where that warping perspective, right? The field is an active moving field, right? So if you spin it slowly, imagine yourself on the ground looking out through it, right? You can see how it's like a fluid motion dynamic, right? The orbit, we would see the orbit, if you pick any one of those points and say, well, that's the orbit of Venus, it's locked into this phase of polarity at that point, right? And it creates that pattern. And if I look at it from, say, the front, and then rotate it on the y-axis, well, then we get the spinning. This is the path of Venus, right? Just lock it on one of those points, and it just keeps going around in circles, right? And we're on the plane, right down inside of it, looking up. Right? So this is the basis of it. That's how I can replicate any angle from any object in pick a planet. I can throw the sphere in there and then pick a planet and look at it through a telescope from the ground, and you'll see exactly what it looks like, right? Or the moon, right? So that's how I'm doing it.
Chris, could I just stop you for 1 minute? I want Dee to explain something. Dee?
Yep.
It's messages I'm getting as well from people.
Yeah, no, I mean, to be fair, I've had a few as well. It's not just in chat. Yeah, no, I mean, Owen, it's basically people are saying like you're distracting from the point and stuff at the moment. And I know you've got your own questions and stuff to ask, but maybe tonight isn't the time for these questions.
I get it. I'll leave. Goodbye.
Yeah, no, don't. Oh, yeah, there was no need for hard feelings, but yeah, maybe just tonight wasn't the night. That's all.
It's okay, Dee. People were messaging me. I just felt something had to be said, and that's another reason why Rob came on, because he felt he had to say the same thing as well.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you obviously made it very clear that this was a live research broadcast presentation where you're going over things, you're going over how things may work, you're deciphering them together. Oh, okay, well then this is here, and not that his questions aren't valid and that they shouldn't be answered. You come in and you have a whole group of people that are paying attention, trying to learn. You have a whole panel of people that are trying to build upon each other saying and learn. Person that comes in and feels that everybody needs to answer their questions when maybe they've already been gone over, and this is supposed to be a research session, so you're basically just going over the same things over and over again because he doesn't understand where you're going with this, and everybody else is sitting there wondering, why do you let him keep going? But you're not trying to be rude. So So I hope he doesn't think that that it was any kind of malicious or that people didn't want to answer his question. But with all due respect, it was disruptive of the whole presentation. And
Yeah, thank you, Rob.
even
It's not
that's why I
bad,
wanted to come on. 'Cause I was trying to.
It's not
get
just
the-
that as well. We've worked really hard to be a non-arguing group.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
don't argue. You know, it's not about asking questions, but we've learned through trust, coming together, listening to each other, and you know, for sending me messages, and I don't know. It's just that feeling, you know. I just struggled myself.
It's the way you present your quandaries. It's the way you come across with the things that you have in mind. If you say, "All right, I see what you're saying, but our time maybe if you could possibly show me this or something like that." That's one way, but then to kind of attack the person because you don't get what they're saying or it doesn't work with your idea when it wasn't even a presentation about something that this is the way it is. You know, it was more of a building. You're presenting something that you've been working on for a while, and I think it's really amazing. I think it's awesome. I'm not even I guess I need to look at it a lot further because I'm still on the circle map. So you know, I kind of have not done a lot of the 4D research because of the Arctic circling sun. I can't put that into the 4D idea yet because it hasn't been. But I'm not gonna, you know, come on here and tell you that you're wrong and that this doesn't work because I know there's a circling sun, 360-degree, 24-hour circling sun in the Arctic, and that won't work. Well, I don't know if it will work or not, but I haven't heard it attempted to be explained or anything like that. So it's the way you come about things. You know, there's a way to ask questions, and there's a way, it's about your decorum. There's a way to conduct yourself when you're with a group of friends and stuff. You know, if you want to add or build or learn, then that's awesome. But if you just want to down what someone's trying before you even understand, I mean, I don't want to start talking.
You have to understand a little bit about Ken Wheeler, though, don't you, as well, or magnetics? You have.
You just read my mind. I was going to say that, and I just because I didn't want to try to talk. But yeah, if you don't even know, if you have not done enough research into the toroidal fields and the toroidal pattern and have a good, decent grasp of that, then you should probably do that and come back, maybe.
Yeah, and sometimes Arwin has argued the points on here, and then he's come back, or he said later on, "Oh, I don't understand it," or "Oh, I need to go and learn it." So yeah, and he doesn't realise that Chris is quite specialised in what he does. So
yeah.
Thank you for carrying on and trying to explain it, Chris.
Yeah, definitely. Hey guys, I gotta finish cleaning this thing up, so I'm gonna let you guys continue, and I
Maybe
really
you'll come back again, Rob. Maybe you'll come back again on the Hangout.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. Yeah.
Hey Rob, thanks for stopping by, buddy.
Yeah, thank you, Rob.
Keep it crack-a-lacking, brother.
Yeah, for shizzle my nizzle.
Ciao, Rob.
Guys,
Thank you,
I'll
Rob.
Yep, thank you for allowing me to come on. Yep.
Yeah, speak to you soon then. Thank you.
All right, you guys keep going.
I think the key word was patience. You know, Judith said it. He just needed a little bit more patience in the sense of achieving what he wanted. Like if it's not the end map perfectly done, then he's not looking at it. So that's what I so. Go on, Chris.
Yep. So in this perspective, I don't know if anybody's watching as I was rotating objects here. And if anybody wants to see something, relatively easy to do live. Yeah. So this is the moon is right there at that little white dot. Right, and I've zoomed out of it. The sun object is in the upper toroidal field casting light through the gases. Right, so it's just a point of light that manifests here at this point. It excites the gases, creates the light, shines it on the moon, and you can see that it's kind of hard to see, but there's a little faint shadow casting down, And if I zoom in carefully and then let it render for you. So you can do live. You can take this. You can use it as an active model to say, okay, well, if I position the sun at say 180 degrees on the z-axis, and then angle it 23 degrees to the south axis, and then put the moon at the dead center axis of the polar axis, right? Where does the shadow land on the ground? Right.
10 seconds. It's not showing up so far.
Oh yeah, it's not rendering properly, Chris.
Yeah, it's slow. It's hard to do the research live on, with the.
It's
such
all
a
right.
big model.
Siri
Yeah,
had
sorry.
the same problem, didn't you, Siri? You would have to sit there and you'd say, you just have to wait a minute while it renders.
It's a lot of loading.
What's happening then?
I can back it up a bit. I'm trying to reduce some of the data by changing the amount of light, but I still want to see a shadow, right?
Okay.
It's active physics, right? So if I increase the intensity of the sunlight, then it has to do more calculations, right? And it just takes a lot longer. But I'm still trying to get it to work for you, right?
So it's not just my computer that's slow. I think Hangouts take out quite a lot of your bandwidth, and it just causes things to slow down. I have problems doing things on looking anywhere else when I'm on a Hangout.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's coming through on the live stream either at the moment. Sorry, just to jump in.
That's okay. Thanks, Dee. Anyway, just to let everybody know, we've got Dee in the chat room. We've worked really hard. We worked really hard together to be a good group, to be a fair group, to be an honest group, to be an open group. There aren't many other people doing what we're doing. And it does take patience. It takes a lot of time talking to each other. And we're just making, this is talking publicly now.
Yeah,
so I hope everybody...
It's just a piece of the puzzle. And we make up the puzzle together. And we miss still a lot of pieces here. Yeah, no wonder it's the big picture. The big picture isn't visible.
So what I should be able to do...
Every one of us to actually see the puzzle pieces we have put together. It's a bigger search in that sense. I've put together Free Energies material, Ken Wheeler's material, and Santos material. That's, I don't know, half a year of material to watch to begin with. I mean, there's a whole study behind there, and then you can't grasp that in just a few seconds.
So what we can do, so series, I think what we can do is to take it to the next level series is to, like I said, is to make, because I can put the camera at any coordinate, right, on the 3D, on the XY map, right, on the flat map, put the camera anywhere you want, and then rotate, the moon and the sun within their respective altitudes anywhere, and then you can take a snapshot from the ground looking up, right? You can, and I've done probably half a dozen. So you can render any of the moon phases. It works, right? So if people want to ask questions, hey, try this. I want to see an eclipse shadow from whatever, right? We can simulate all that stuff, and it's right there, right? So physically, in a physical sense, it works. That's the ground looking up the moon, and then when I go into the camera and look up through it, well, there's the moon up above your head, right? Right. It depends on your perspective. If you're standing at the north and look up and you walk around a circle, well, then you're going to see the moon spin over your head, right? That's what you'll see, right? If you look down start looking down towards the plane of the equator, well, then your perspective changes like this relative to your point of view, right? That's where the warping comes from, I think, in our perspective, right? Yeah, everything. So for example, if I go up here and actually, if I zoom in, I'm going to take just for while we're doing it kind of live, you're going to say, I want a 150 millimeter camera. I can get a closer up shot of the moon. Now, hopefully this will work. I'm going to say, I want to render that live and see what you would see, right? Of course, I still have the wireframe for the magnetic field in there.
Yeah, you're in live.
Right.
Immediately breaking up.
Right, so take some time. I'll let it go to maybe the 4th or 5th sample level because it has to go to 32 samples, right? 32 bits, right? So just let me know as soon as you see an approximately half clear picture. Right. And I changed the color of the sky slightly purple just so it hopefully show up a little bit better too. But I mean, that's just changing. You just change the refractive index of air to blue, and that's what you get. It'll give you the 3 colors, right? We have a white light shining through the three different layers of gas, right? You have water vapor gas, like our oxygen layer. It's mostly oxygen. Then you have nitrogen level and the plasma level. So it goes red, blue, green, right? So that's why we have green plants. Yeah. Yellow skies or whatever it is, you know. Red, blue, green, red skies, red sunsets. Yeah. So this would essentially simulate what someone would see during a partial eclipse. By noon, the sun is roughly at 5 degrees to the south of it. Right. So if you tried to, you would see something like this during a partial eclipse. Right. If I move the 2 objects perfectly parallel to each other, then you'll get the full eclipse. Right. Anyway, that's kind of where I'm at with that. So if there's any, that's six levels of rendering. So that's how long it takes.
Ceres, what do you think then? I think Ceres has loved everything you've done, really, because you've kind of helped Ceres a bit. Ceres has been, in our world, not your world, Chris, but in our world, Ceres has done an awful lot on his own and been on his own. And to find someone else who's got the same kind of mind as him that can render these things like him, I think Ceres is really happy that you're there.
I think it's great, yeah. Yeah.
It's definitely an add-on on that whole electromagnetic work there.
Yeah, so, well, this is exactly it. So now you can kind of see if you put the sun just above the moon there and remains in the electromagnetic toroidal field, the moon goes below it in its respective toroidal field. They're negative and positive, so they can never touch, right? They'll never collide because one's polarized negative, one's polarized positive, and the 2 will repel like magnets, right? So nobody has to worry about, oh no, the sun's going to collide with the moon, right? Well, no, that's not going to physically happen. You know, they might short out to each other someday, who knows, right? But that's different. That's probably where the craters came from on the moon to begin with. Right, it was submerged in an electric field and lightning strikes. Right, right. So what you end up happening, you know, like I was trying to show before, is the shadow is created from the physical moon, and then it hits the ground above our heads, and it's with pinpoint accuracy. Right? It is exactly what, even the width of it. I tried to measure the width of it is 72 miles relative to the map. Right, it works. Right. Mm-hmm. Because you can actually reverse it, right? You can take the moon size and scale it to a shadow at the equator, right? And then position the sun at its height. That's how I determined them, right? I said, okay, well, I scaled the moon and positioned the sun above it, and then scaled the 2 of them so that the width of the shadow on the ground, which is a measurable thing, 72 miles, right? Relative to the map, right? I made the shadow the same size, and then I left the 2 objects where they are. And that's how I determined where they were, right? By using the shadow on the ground. So it's a physical tie point to the ground, right? Just so you know my process, right? I used the moon shadow during an eclipse to measure the moon, the diameter of the moon, right? And its altitude and the sun, right? That's how I reverse engineered it. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, same thing I'm doing actually from the raw data photographic square into the triple square with the elevation data.
Yeah.
And then the third dimension upwards data in that sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the interesting part is when the sun goes south of the square map, right? It goes south of it at the horizon line. As soon as it does that, it's a 120-degree angle of refraction. So you'll start to see the sun rise instantly on the other side, right? From that perspective, right? Instantly. Because it'll just refract around the bubble type of the perspective. It'll refract around that, and you'll start to see the sky glow red in the morning in China if you're over in whatever, right? In the other side of it, right? And then as soon as it's high noon underneath it, right, you'll get twilight in both ends, right? It'll be sunset and sunrise at the same side, and then it just starts a new day, right? It's instantaneous, right?
I'd like to say something. Can you hear me?
You did.
Are you use, Chris, the 369 Tesla shape?
It would be a ratio, yeah. Yeah, the how would I explain that? Is the map itself is 3 units high, right? Right.
Yes.
So 3 units high and basic one unit wide. So that's a 1/3 ratio, 1/3. And then the toroidal field would be 3 units high, and then it's just a ratio expands on its white area, expands on itself outwardly, right? Yeah, so it's a 3. Then the next level would be the 6th. Then the 9th would be the octave, right?
Yes, because when I watch in the Magenta V shape, how do you call this in English? You know, like the flag, Israel flag, Magenta Vid.
The Star of David? Yeah, the
Yes,
Star of David.
Star
Yep,
of
yep.
David, yes.
Yep.
When I watch the Star of David, I can understand where is the reflection of the sun, the moon, the North Pole, the North Star. Only if you watch this, only watch this. So this is the 396. This
That's correct.
shape.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, there's 6 triangles with 60 degrees, and they're 9 degrees apart. Yeah, it's 396. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. Yep. And if you take the Star of David on the Israel flag and turn it into a 3-dimensional object, you end up with 2 pyramids inversed in each other, like 2 diamonds, right? It's 2 diamonds pointing at each other, right?
Yes, 2 pyramids. Yes, that's right.
Two pyramids, yeah, 2 pyramids superimposed, one
As
pyramid stuck inside the other.
As
yeah.
above, so below. Yeah.
Yeah, and that shows up in the plow, the transfer of the plow in the Egyptian history to the handing of the plow. Right?
Yes, and the female and the male.
Yep.
Yeah. Everything. It's tell you everything. This shape.
It's all in there. Yeah, it's all in there.
Yeah. All in there. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking the 3, the 6, and the 9.
Yeah, I'll square my
complete time.
Great.
I'll share the screen here again one more time. Yeah, that's I was just going to do exactly the same thing. I'll just show her the same thing in the 3D model here. That's your 369, right?
Yeah. 3, 6 as the triangle.
1 second, series. Series, 1 second. It's just got stuck on Chris. Now.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
That's okay. Oh, Chris has got one up now. That's it. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you can compare Ceres' sketch to the 369 to the three-dimensional model, and they're exactly the same. Yeah. 1/3, and then the two circles, and then it looks the same.
And this is the sign up and down.
Yeah.
That's your north-south axis. Yeah.
Seen from east to west or west to east, sideways over the fourth dimension.
Incredible how simple is.
Yeah, it's simple and beautiful. Then you just rotate it. If I rotate it around 90 degrees, just a little tiny bit, you'll see it's the flower of life, right?
And I'm actually trying to get those circles as the flower of life into each other, that they actually have this plain slice through of the flower of life drawing we get to see. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit different than this, but this drawing is so small that that it's hard to actually draw it into each other so that it's correct.
I see.
So you can imagine that each planet, each of the main planets, like the moon, the sun, and the inner wandering bodies would tend to want to follow one of the inner ones, right? So there'd be an inner magnetic field that, say, Venus is locked into, right? And then there's another field that maybe Jupiter's on this field, right? And they're just doing a different thing, right? They all do a different pattern. Yeah.
You have two perspectives in this. One perspective is Mother Goddess and Father Goddess, and the other perspective is the shape of the art, sun and moon, and in the other perspective you get all the planets and the Mother Earth in the middle. So wow, yeah.
Yep. Now if I line this up. Sorry, I gotta get that scale a little better because I put that in there last minute. Hang on a second here. I'm going to just make a correction for you while we're here. Yeah. Cursor to center, scale that just a little bit bigger to there. So that should line up with right. So there's the inner for the sun path. The sun is above, right, in the bigger field, and the moon is locked into the lower field. But they're scaled to each other, right? Center line right on the z-axis, and then you'll end up with so this would be the moon's orbital path, and this would be the sun's orbital path, right? That's what we've observed for thousands of years. So that's how it's tied to the reality. There we go. Let someone else carry on here.
Yeah, I think this is then mainly one particular circle around, and not yet the north and south magnetic walls between their pendular travel in that sense. And then probably the sun taking the wandering stars with it.
Yeah, for sure. They would have an effect, right? Because the sun is going to be a positive pole, so it's going to want to. It may have the greatest, force of pull, right? So as it travels, right, it's going to drag the rest kind of with it, right? So light coming in from the outside is going to have that focal point where all the energy wants to go to one single point, and as that energy tries to get to the sun, right, to make it glow, right, it's going to drag everything with it, right? It just has to, right? That's just physics, right?
Field,
yeah.
And we light from below, and
right,
then the
light from right.
And the process is recycled in itself.
Yeah.
While it is traveling, and then the pendulum between the holders, or the regions.
Yeah. And it's traveling. It's all moving all at once. Yeah. It's all moving all at once. Yeah. Kind of blows your mind when you think about it, when I get into it. The hippies were right. Back in the 60s, the
How the
hippies were
hell-
right. Yeah.
It's more the question of how the hell do you model that?
Yeah. Well, this is as close as you're going to get as I can get, right? It's just a three-dimensional toroidal field, and you put the map in the center, and then let it rip, right? And then you can rotate the planets any way you want, and it'll simulate reality. Right? To take it to a fourth dimensional thing, well, then you got to make it a video game. It has to be a video game that you immerse the observer in, like any standard video game. It's just a video game program, right?
Yeah.
The problem is, don't confuse the video game metaphor for reality, right? It's
You can't
Right.
escape it in that sense.
yeah,
It's,
right.
it's just how it works, and you can't go through the boundaries you're working with.
That's correct. Yeah. I mean, if I could do that, like if I could actually do that, then I myself would have to be a fifth dimensional being from the outside as a programmer trying to program this thing, right? Right. If I'm inside of as a fourth dimensional being observing the three-dimensional reality, right? If I leave that into the fifth realm, well then I'm a totally different thing, right? I'm not even human anymore. I'm a particle, physical thing outside of it, right? So there's
Thinking of that you can actually put on glasses so you can be on that particular center point of perception in where everything rolls all dimensions, so you can actually perceive what the reality is out of the workings of how everything works through all these dimensions.
Serious? Are you see this?
That's pretty unit. Yeah. What is that? Yeah.
This is the shape, Magendovich star.
Yeah.
Yes?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. This is a game. This is a game. It's a game. It's called Genius Star. Can you
Oh, yeah.
see?
Yeah.
Genius Star. So you put a few balls like this in there, and you have to stay with only one. It's very difficult. It's not easy. You have many positions of the how to play, and I look at this and I look and I see everything I see before my eyes with this shape. Incredible.
Oh, yeah.
It's wonderful. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah. I'm glad that what we're doing is tying those things together. Not only just for myself. I mean, when I get in there looking around, I blow my mind daily, just thinking, oh well, that's what that's all about, right? Then last night I sent the snake eating its tail to Series and it says, hey, check this out. Look at that. It's right in there, right?
Yeah. Even the wings. Wow.
Oh yeah, the wings. Yeah, the wings are there and everything. Yeah, the wings of the dragon, and it's all there. Yeah, the twin serpents. You can see the twin serpents on the caduceus, and the wings of Mercury, and it's all, if you just look at it right, it's all right there.
Yeah, so imagine I am for days, I am here without speak with anybody, because if I'm not with you in the hangout, I have nobody to speak with and use this information, you see.
Right.
So through you, we can get this together.
Yeah, and if you're on Facebook, Judith, anytime or whatever, and you see that I'm on there, feel free to send me a private message or something, and we can do a hangout through YouTube Messenger video or something too, if you want to share some. If you want to share some information, yeah, for sure.
So ask my relationship, because I don't have you. I don't think, or maybe yes. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay, I'll send you a request or something. Yeah.
Yes, good.
Can I just say something, guys? We've been going for nearly 4 hours now. Do you want to carry on a little bit longer? Or do you think we should just wind down? Because We'll be back tomorrow or the next day. We're still going to carry on talking. What do you want to do then? Just wind down, or do you want to talk for a bit longer? Panel.
It's your call. It's the panels. We've been going hard all week, and we're going to come back tomorrow and give you another hangout. Everyone needs a rest. So there's a 5-hour difference, and I know it's getting late over there in the United Kingdom, and people in the chat are probably tired too.
Yes, it's 3 o'clock.
And
Okay,
so,
then. So should we wind down tonight then? Shall we just go through? I mean, we'll just go through the people. You're there, so we'll start with you. Just sum up tonight what you saw, or
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
what do you think about tonight? With all Chris's stuff and
Oh, wow, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Gold, tree of knowledge. What can I say? I cannot ask more in this, really. It's wonderful. Yeah. And I hope our brother, our friends, he will come back. And yeah.
thank you, Judith, and you too.
Yes. Thank you.
Anyway, thank you, Judith.
Thank
Big
you.
hugs.
Thank you all.
We'll do Daniel. Couldn't think of his name. Sorry, Daniel. Daniel, what about you then, summing up tonight?
Yeah, the same. Great research, Chris. I really enjoyed it. I flash out with the picture of the dolphin. I really relate with the sense of the whole universe being manifested in each moment, and different cultures saying about the song of the universe, and it's really being sung right now. So when you showed me the picture of the dolphin, it really made a clear picture in my mind. I really enjoy it. So thank you for that. So yeah.
I'm glad you liked that part of the research. Yeah. Something interesting, if you just go on Google sometime and just Google dolphin, what was this? I'll find it for you. It's a cymoscope, right? Cymoscope dolphin. If you put those two words together, you'll probably find it. Or I can send you a link, or I'll send it to Karen for the video. It's just a screenshot from a lecture. But what was amazing about it was that what they did is they recorded the sound that the dolphins was hearing, reflecting off of the object, right? Then they played it back through the cymoscope, and it makes a holographic image. But what I didn't talk about was they took the same sound to another tank in another state and played it back to a different dolphin, right, that hadn't seen it before, right? And then the trainer, basically by shaking, asking it to pick between two objects, what object what the sound represented. And the other dolphin could recognize the communication from the dolphin 100 miles away, from whatever, right? Could recognize what that was, right? With an 86%
information.
Could read the information, yeah, right? So it knew that the trainer wanted it to find the flower pot if it played the flower pot sound, right? So they did it with 10 objects, and with 86% accuracy, the dolphin in the other tank could say, "Oh, well, my trainer wants me to pick out the banana or the ball or whatever," right? Yeah. So I mean, holographic sound world, right?
Yeah, and they have a psychic connectivity, and it's amazing.
Oh, for sure, yeah. So they have a 3-dimensional image of however far sound will travel in water around them forever. Can you imagine how far that is, right? They know.
Yeah.
They could see every particle in the ocean for 1,000 miles, right?
Yeah. Wow. Talking about supercomputers.
Talk about supercomputers, yeah. So that's what I was saying about, if everybody in the flat earth community had a cell phone and each of us just made ourselves a dot of light in a 4-dimensional square, and then let that data be uploaded live, you would see, right, you would see it just like you would, like a dolphin sees it, right? Mm-hmm. Our locations relative to ourselves in a field of space, right? I think that'd be a cool thing to do if we could figure out how to do that.
Yeah.
All together, it'd be great.
all. Well, yeah, if you had 300,000 or 400,000 people, right, all on the same thing, and they just said, let my phone be a dot of light within this three-dimensional space, wherever it is, 24 hours a day, right? The pixelated light image that you would see resulting from that data would be an actual topographical map of the entire realm, whatever it is, right? Airplanes, cars, ground, elevators, you know, everything would be a pixelated image, like a matrix, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
That would be cool.
Thanks for that, Chris.
Yeah.
I'm coming back to
Yeah.
you. We'll probably finish that bit off in a minute. But just while Daniel's there, because I was going down the line of people, Daniel, explain something else that you're doing as well. It's the video club.
Yeah, we have a video club group where we use like specific investigations, maybe the deepest ones or the ones that need more really profundization, you know, and understanding. And we did series work last month, and I think it went awesome because we could really grasp a series projection in another way. And yeah, this week we're doing not this week, in a couple of weeks more, we're doing another video. So yeah, we're getting the pace of how the group works, in the sense of understanding how this can be a tool for everyone when we need to really get attention for a couple hours in just a specific issue.
Mm. So what we're doing is we pick a video and then we discuss it on a live hangout. So we have done one of John the Morgiles, we've done series, and now we're going to do something from Matt Jerome, which kind of ties in a bit to what Ceres and Chris are doing. And obviously that will go out in the video club, which Daniel and I Daniel will do in the next week or so that people can watch these videos, and then we talk about it on a live hangout.
Yeah. And maybe the next time we could do something about Theoria Apophasis.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
In the sense that I think it's so relevant, understanding electromagnetic fields, because it's the first approach when our body of knowledge of the material world is trying to grasp another dimension. So I think it's very important to understand how magnetic works, and it's not magic. It's like it's measurable, and you can test it in infinite ways. So and I think it's the key for free energy as well. So understanding the grid, you know, once we get to map out the real magnetic fields of the earth, of the realm, we maybe will have access to harness the energy from it, you know, and understanding exactly how the grid works to our advantage in that sense. And connected it with Santos as well, you know. It's not only about taking energy about it, it's also understanding that our unique path has precise guides, you know, and we can start learning to read that guides and be more assertive in our lives. So yeah.
Thank you for that, Daniel. Anyway, we'll be back about that one, and we'll put a post on the video club.
Yeah.
And for a hangout, although we can only go to 10. But thank you, Daniel, and thanks for coming on today. But Patricia, are you there, Patricia?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, my darling. So just summing up tonight's hangout, really, and some of the stuff that's been shown. So what do you think then?
Well, as always, it's been very interesting. Like I said before as well, some of it just goes over my head because I'm quite a thick person. I've never really studied anything in my entire life, not even at school. But yeah, it's about putting bits together, and it's not always about proof. It's about, I suppose, the belief, I suppose, as well, you know. It's fairly interesting. I
think it's really exciting.
Exploring the
I think it's really exciting.
I don't get excited over much, to be honest. I'm like I say, I won't say I'm thick, but you know, I'm just me. I try not to get excited about things, but I am very interested in the research that we're doing and stuff, and excuse me. Yeah, that's about it really.
Cool. Thank you, Patricia. Series, it's your go. What, sum up this evening?
Yeah, well, Chris gave me a lot of new ideas to actually implement. And probably I'm going to work out the construct line structure first before I get into the rest of the detail of the whole stuff. But to put out at least the base circles and squares together in a three-dimensional sense. Also, kind of where this is in the six-dimensional sense, the field of how big it goes, probably in the firmament sense. And yeah, see how that works out.
It's all very interesting. It's all going in the right direction.
Yeah. You see,
And this is the people doing it. The people doing it.
The focus Chris now has on this image, what you see is here the double circle, and actually you see this in the middle of these circles.
Yeah.
That's what you see in the middle through the plane, and that's kind of the diamond structure within the toroidal field. And that's then based on that double circle in this sense. What you see up and down and then with seeing shows.
Yeah.
Did you see any of Series' work, Chris, or did you do your one and it just matches Series' one?
Well, it's already matched, right? And then Series had sent me the sketches of those. He sent me a couple of them, and they overlaid just the way it was, perfectly. All I had to do was change the scale just slightly, right, just to line up the Z-axis here or whatever. But it's scale it up a little bit. Yeah, it was already basically there. Yeah.
I figured the wide of the diamond as wide as the map.
Yeah, that's all I had to do. Yeah, was because Siri said you need to just take the 1:3 ratio and then scale up the toroid to make it match, right? Which is all I had to do, right? And then poof, 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 change it. It was there. Yeah.
Well, as we're on you, Chris, do you want to sum up this evening? Because I've got a couple of more people to sum up as well. But as we're on you, do you want to sum up this evening? And
yeah, no, I'm very excited. Glad to be a part of the group. I look forward to moving on with understanding. And now I understand why, when I was a child at 6 years old, that when I threw a rock off the bridge into the water, it made a thump sound. And how I was always fascinated where sound came from in water when you drop a rock in it. Now I know why, because when the water collapses in the sonic bubble based on the toroid, it creates sound within the water. Right?
Oh, wow.
That's what happens. Right? So now I know, right? So cool
quite
stuff.
complicated, isn't it? Like a whole explanation of that when really it's a thud in the water. But yeah, you lot want to know the meaning behind things, don't you, anyway?
Well, my mother was superstitious, right? And I asked her when I was a kid, and she said, "Oh, you've cut the devil's throat," and it scared me, right? I was like, "Oh no, I cut the devil's throat. You know, I'm in trouble now, right?" Right. But really, she said that to try and stop us from playing on the bridge, right? But that's to protect the children from playing with water and rocks, right? But in theory, it was the sound of the devil, she said, right? So now I know what it was. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's awesome.
Well, we
thanks,
very
guys.
much appreciate everything you've done so far, Chris. It's been amazing. It's not that you haven't been in our group. It's just you're a bit quiet. And this last few weeks, it's just been amazing. And I know that Series, well, the whole panel appreciate you being there. Your name gets mentioned every day now.
Yeah.
have Chris Monk. Chris Monk. That's what everybody says. Is Chris Monk this? Chris Monk that. So there you go. You've affected everybody already.
Oh, now we're in trouble. Yeah.
D in the chat room. D,
Oh.
sum up this evening quickly, like the chat room and stuff. How everything's
Yeah,
going.
no, I mean it's been really great. I mean we're really responsive from chat. We're getting lots of good responses and stuff. People really digging what Chris and Series are doing. FPV Angel would really love to get on a private hangout with Chris and Series to discuss a few things. Series, I've sent you his email address on Messenger.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, so I mean it's been really good. I mean, obviously there was a bit of a hiccup with Arwin coming in. It might have been the wrong night for him to jump on tonight, so don't discount Arwin completely, and please give him another chance in the future where maybe we're not doing such a focused thing, and we'll have a question and answer session or something, and maybe let him join in then or something. But anyway.
Okay, thanks, Steve, for that one. And thanks very much for being Master Ray.
Not a problem.
To D there, because he can't really watch so much of the hangout when he does that. Anyway, Billy, to you now.
I thought it was a very good hangout. We're going to have people. I had just had one of those days in another hangout prior to getting on our hangout, and it's just been one of those days where people are having a hard time with things, but that's okay. We battled through it okay, dignified, and I agree, Arwin. He can keep us in check at times, but he just wasn't understanding it, and it wasn't a night for him to try to study something that we were trying to present, but that's okay. And he's really good. So I thought it was a good evening. Every evening's good. Other than it's raining here still. It always rains. But I think Chris does a really good
today, Billy.
Yeah, we're supposed to go on vacation tomorrow. We're going to start, and hopefully we're going to get 2 days of nice weather and take the grandchildren and let them run around, do some fishing, some boating, swimming. My brother has a cottage, and so we're going to go hang out there for a while.
Sounds nice. Can I come?
Sure.
Anyway, we're ending this hangout. Oh, sorry, Billy. You going to say something else?
No, I said you could bring the fried chicken or fried bean burgers or something. I know there's a lot of non-meat eaters. I'm just bringing that up. I do eat a lot of chicken wings at times. I've known to do that. So
anyway, I just wondered if the panel can just show themselves, because you know what we do at the end of the hangouts now. Hangout, we have to have a group hug. Judith, Patricia. That's Patricia's Judith. Just waiting for Chris now. Chris.
Gotta be a screen share.
Big hug.
Big hug, everybody. Peace and love. And we'll be back tomorrow, probably. Anyway, take care, everyone. I hope you enjoyed watching. Live researching at its best, I reckon.
Yeah.
So thank you to everybody on the panel. Hang out, everybody in the chat room. Thank you so much, everybody. Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Buenas noches.
Bye.